Land of godhood? Man-made. The three of them were shocked, their gazes landing on Yu Shengfeng. Since the eternal world is about to open and we're allies, there's no harm in telling you, Yu Shengfeng said. After the demon-sealing war 100,000 years ago, the path to becoming a god was completely closed. In order to step into the god realm for 100,000 years, countless experts have tried all kinds of ways. The eternal world is the space of God that was opened up by the ancient heavenly phoenix feather. The ancient celestial phoenix? Chu Hongyan asked. It said that the heavenly phoenix has its own spatial abilities and can travel through territories at will. It's the king of all birds and is second only to the true dragon among the countless true spirits. It's not impossible to use its feathers to open up space. But what's the point of becoming a god? Yu Shengfeng rolled his eyes at her. How would I know? The opening of the eternal world might be the best opportunity. Chu Hongyan said. But we need the natural moat oceans order to enter the heaven of Langia. Ha ha ha. Yu Shengfeng laughed and said, Palace Master is really kind. At our level, why would we need that token? It's best if you give me a token, but you'll have to go in even if you don't. Chu Hongyan frowned but did not say anything. The coordinates of the fairyland in the north have appeared, Yunxiao said. But it will take some time for the entrance to be fully opened. He stared at the token. The color of the coordinates was wax yellow, with only a little scarlet. Only when the entire coordinate turned scarlet would it mark the opening of the entrance. From the appearance of the coordinates to the activation, it will take at least 3 months, at most half a year, said Tong Shengfeng. He could use this time to cultivate his MO skills and strive to advance to the next level. Li Yunxiao, do you want to talk to me? Yunxiao had obtained several inheritances of the Devil Master's demonic techniques, while Yu Shengfeng was a demonic servant and also had demonic techniques. Both of them were the top existences among the fiend cultivators in the world today. Yunxiao could not ask for more. Chu Hongyan immediately entered the Divine Realm tablet, while Bo Yuqing returned to the Magic God Island. Yunxiao and Yu Shengfeng sat opposite each other, each making a hand seal and beginning to communicate. After all, Yunxiao's demonic technique was more orthodox, while Gu Shengfeng's was the result of countless years of constant deliberation and summary. There were some slight differences, but there were many more changes. At the same time, he also wanted to know about the Six Paths demonic weapon. As the two talked, they immediately benefited a lot and both were happy. Dozens of days later, the two of them were silently nourished by the demonic qi. Yunxiao had been meditating for a long time, completely closing his 5 senses and 6 senses. His whole body was one with the environment, and every cell in his body was open. With each breath, the devil qi was swallowed and spat out, flowing through his meridians and dantian before being deposited. It was as if he didn't exist at all. He was just a little demonic fiend who had been floating in the devil world for countless years. He only knew how to absorb energy every day and didn't have his own thoughts. Who is it? All of a sudden, Yu Shengfeng shouted, pulling him out of that strange feeling. Yunxiao was in a daze for a moment. He had a clear feeling that he was dreaming of a butterfly. He suddenly thought that perhaps it was the influence of the Demon Master's demonic vitality in his body. Even the invincible Demon Master had started from a demonic fiend and continued to grow. Perhaps what he had just sensed was the memory that the Demon Master had sealed up countless years ago. At this moment, a figure slowly walked out from the darkness. His eyes were filled with hatred and murderous intent as he stared at the two of them. Yu Shengfeng laughed. I was wondering who it was. So it's Lord Yuanda. Strange. This place isn't that big. So where's Lord Yuanda been hiding? The person who walked out of the darkness was Yuanda, and the demonic aura on his body was rumbling. It was obvious that he had already recovered his strength in the past few dozen days. His entire body was exuding a wave of energy that was even more powerful than before. Yunxiao frowned slightly. With his mystic spirit eyes, he could clearly see that Yuanda's strength did not seem to be stronger, but was indeed stronger than before. Lord Chu Shengfeng, this is a private matter between Yunxiao and me, Yuanda said coldly. I hope you won't interfere. What? Yunxiao asked. Do you still want to be beaten? Lord Yuanda's Tao heart is truly firm, and his skin is thicker than the city walls. No wonder he was able to become the vice president. This one is impressed. Li Yunxiao is my friend. Yu Shengfeng chuckled. I can't just watch you bully him. Yuanda's face flickered with anger as he pointed at Yunxiao and said, Gu Feiyang, you're a titled martial sovereign and an honorary elder. Don't you even have the courage to fight me fairly? Your Excellency, this is not the first time you've goaded me, Yunxiao said with a sneer. You think you can succeed a second time with the same method? Fine. Even if you don't have the Tao heart of a martial artist, don't tell me you're going to abandon your own disciple. Yuanda coldly asked. Yang Di. Yunxiao was taken aback. In his rage, he unleashed his fiend energy and let out a thunderous roar. Yuanda, I've always respected you as a senior, yet you're actually so shameless. Yuanda sneered. Don't get too worked up. Yang Di is fine at the moment. He's only been sent out on a mission. As long as we have a fair fight, I'll tell you his whereabouts regardless of the outcome. He had lost to Yunxiao here last time, which had made him feel indignant. He always believed that it was because of his carelessness that his body was shattered by the purple thunder, which allowed Yunxiao to take advantage of him. The shame of defeat almost made him demonic, and in the battle dozens of days ago, he was seriously injured by the joint efforts of several people. This anger was lingering in his heart, and it was getting deeper and deeper. Yunxiao also understood Yuanda's situation. Yuanda was not a bad person, or else he would not have been respected only second to Lu Congzi in the Sea of Soul formation for so many years. However, the cultivation of demonic techniques had affected his mind, and now, with a knot in his heart, he had become even more evil. After the battle, you must tell me Yang Di's whereabouts regardless of the result. Good. This lord's words carry enormous weight. Yuanda was overjoyed, and his eyes shot out endless battle intent. He wanted to wash away his previous humiliation. Yunxiao's face was solemn. He had indeed been lucky in the previous battle. If it had not been for the purple thunder, it would have been extremely difficult for him to win. Moreover, Yuanda seemed to be a little stronger than before. Be careful. I'm going to make a move. Yuanda shouted loudly and directly turned into a ball of demonic chi as he charged down. The simplest and crudest method was to extend a long spear from the demonic chi and directly stab down. Lord Yu Shengfeng, Yunxiao said, please help me. Yu Shengfeng laughed. Don't worry. I'm here. I won't let him kill you. He also wanted to see Yunxiao's current strength, and he was happy to see it. Yunxiao performed an incantation gesture with one hand while he raised his right hand over his head and grabbed the spear. Under the tremendous impact, the tip of the spear pushed forward by a few inches and touched the spot 2 fingers away from his glabella. His body couldn't help but take a few steps back. With every tap of his foot, circles of demonic patterns spread out and dissipated the power. What? Yu Shengfeng and Yuanda were both shocked. The other party had actually received such a powerful impact with his body. At first, Yuanda thought that Ling Han definitely had a divine ability up his sleeve, but he did not expect it to be pure physical power. Instead, he was stunned. Yunxiao grinned hideously as he grabbed the spear with both hands, lifted Yuanda up, and threw him out. He was strong enough that Yuanda was like a rock that was thrown into the air. He spun a few rounds in the air, but then suddenly sucked in a cold breath. He saw that the world power of the devil world was in front of him. If he were to crash into it, he would be crushed on the spot. He was so scared that he hurriedly used the stop technique to stabilize his body and slid in the air for thousands of feet. But, as soon as he stood firm, he saw a green light flash as Yunxiao teleported up and transformed into 3 heads and 6 arms. Each of them performed an incantation gesture, and then 3 seals combined into one and slammed down. Kid, you dare to underestimate me, Yuanda roared. Although he knew Yunxiao's identity, he was still furious to see such a young man make such an unscrupulous move. He also formed his palms and struck out at the same time. Boom! The palm prints collided, and the space trembled violently. Rings of devil essence and golden light surged and swept across the two. Yunxiao grunted. His cultivation base was weaker, so he had to rely on his body to make up for the great pressure. He could only hear the cracking of bones and the twisting of muscles coming from his body. However, the imperishable golden body was not only extremely powerful, but it could also absorb the damage and turn it into nourishment. He took 2 steps back and completely received Yuanda's palm strike. The two of them were in a stalemate. What? Yuanda's eyes were about to burst open. They were as big as copper bells. Yu Shengfeng was also shocked. He could see that Yunxiao had opened 7 divine bodies, and he was only 1 step away from the completion of his physical body. However, after a brief emotional fluctuation, he returned to normal. Although there was only 1 last step left, it was the most difficult step. It was as deep as the sky, and it could not be crossed without a great opportunity. Yunxiao's body flickered with golden light and devil essence at the same time, and his face turned extremely ferocious under the huge suppression. Suddenly, countless devil energy burst out of his body and instantly condensed into a giant true devil spirit behind him. The giant spirit's face was even more intelligent than before. As it glared angrily, its 5 fingers turned into a small mountain in the air and pressed down on Yuanda. Ha! Yuanda also glared at him and spat out a black ray that turned into a long spear and pierced through the demonic palm. At the same time, he increased the strength in his hands again, putting almost all his strength on his palms, trying to crush Yunxiao completely. Gugu gugu gugu. Yunxiao's face paled as he hurriedly performed an incantation gesture with 1 hand, and then his body exploded with a bang, turning into countless thunderbolts that scattered in all directions. Yuanda's palm strike immediately missed, but the demonic chi spread out from his palm and caught up to the lightning in circles, wanting to devour it all. Suddenly, a purple thunderbolt flickered and scattered the pursuing demonic energy, revealing Yunxiao's true body. He performed a sword incantation with 1 hand, and circles of ice fiend heart flame flew out of his palm, turning into a sword death that cut the red. A sword that won't be stained by dust. It was the sword move on the world sword. As it swept out, the sword chi slashed down with the dancing flames. Ice fiend heart flame? Yuanda was greatly alarmed, but his body trembled with excitement. He shrieked, "Double rainbow stones! You have double rainbow stones on you? What's it to you?" Yunxiao sneered, "I have the 2 stones of Japan." As the sword swept over, the demonic chi in its path was burned away by the flames. After a brief moment of excitement, Yuanda suddenly quivered. He seemed to be a little afraid and did not dare to face the sharp edge head-on, so he hurriedly dodged. Yu Shengfeng's eyes were also wide open as he stared at the sword in a daze, as if he didn't dare to believe it. Swish! A sword swept across the sky. Yuanda used several movement techniques to avoid all the flames. Rainbow Demon Sword. It's a sword made of 2 stones. Yuanda suddenly sensed the sword intent, and his eyes turned scarlet. He stared at the sword like a hungry wolf looking at meat. Yu Shengfeng's body also trembled, and his eyes burst with light. His hands clenched so tightly that his bones cracked, and he was so excited that he trembled slightly. Yunxiao cursed in his heart. Both of their expressions fell into his eyes, as if they had revealed something they should not have. Give me the sword." After dodging several sword strikes, Yuanda suddenly pounced over. His face was as ferocious as a fierce beast as he tried to snatch the sword. "Get lost! Die!" Yunxiao shouted angrily. Suddenly, his sword intent rose, and 36 northern heaven-cold star swords flew out like stars in the sky, slashing in front of him like a waterfall and blocking Yuanda. After that, a sword technique fell down and the sword world opened up. The 36 rays of cold light also refracted into silver light, like a cold moon shining down, sweeping away all the demonic chi in their path. A huge sword talisman formed in the sky and suddenly turned into 10,000 swords. Yuanda's current state was a little strange. He did not fear the million-sword illustration at all and continued to stare at the sword death slashing at Hong. The ferocity in his eyes became more and more intense, like a primordial beast. With a loud roar, his body swelled up and doubled in height. He suddenly threw a punch at the sword talisman. Bang! The 10,000 swords exploded in the air. The sword talisman couldn't withstand the power of the punch and began to crack. Xianxia's expression froze as he held the red sword in his hand, desperately pouring his primordial energy and fiend energy into it. The entire sword was burned white by the ice fiend heart flame. Star sword slash. Countless sword intents flew up and charged into the million sword illustration as one, slashing towards Yuanda. At this moment, Yuanda was trying his best to tear the sword realm apart with his hands. The 36 northern heaven cold stars were sent flying when he saw a terrifying sword coming from the sky. He roared and charged forward like a wild beast without any strategy. Swish! The sword death easily pierced into his body and opened a hole in his chest. Blood and demonic chi mixed together and flowed down, making it impossible to distinguish the color. Pa! Yuanda was seriously injured, but he seemed to be unaware of it. He grabbed Yunxiao's arm with one hand and the hilt of the sword with the other, as if he did not dare to touch the sword. Are you crazy? Yunxiao cried out in shock. Ha ha ha! I'm crazy. I'm crazy. This is a neon stone. Yuanda was so excited that he tried to grab the sword with all his might, but Yunxiao's physical strength was so strong that he could not move it at all. Give it to me, give it to me, he kept roaring. Yunxiao's hair stood on end as Yuanda's wound continued to expand under the burning of the ice fiend heart flame. If this continued, he might die. If Yuanda were to die in his hands, he would be in deep trouble. He didn't care about the other party's tearing and formed a hand seal with one hand. The red sword killer instantly turned into a white light and returned into his body. In the end, it turned into a lotus pattern in his palm. Ah, my neon stone. When Yuanda saw the sword disappear, he suddenly turned ferocious as if he had lost his soul. He pounced on Yunxiao with his mouth wide open and tried to bite his head. Yunxiao was taken aback. His entire arm had been grabbed by Yuanda, and he could not shake it off even if he tried. He hurriedly moved his left palm and slapped it hard on Yuanda's head, blowing it apart with a loud bang. However, there was no flesh or blood. What? Yunxiao was taken aback when he saw the fiend energy transform into more than a dozen fiends in the air, rushing down while screaming. A new head grew out of Yuanda's neck, and it opened its mouth and bit down again. Is this Yingluo even human? Yunxiao was shocked and frightened by the scene. These fiends were far more powerful than the ones he had seen when he first came to the ancient devil's well. Go! Suddenly, Yu Shengfeng shouted and a piece of jade appeared in the air, shooting down 10,000 rays of green light. In addition, countless runes surged out of the beautiful jade and pressed down from the sky. Shwa shwa shwa. Those demonic fiends made strange sounds. When they were illuminated by the green light, they immediately revealed painful expressions. Then, the precious jade expanded to half an acre in size and enveloped the area. All the demonic chi that came into contact with it was instantly dispersed. Yunxiao immediately felt that Yuanda's strength was greatly reduced under the green light, so he hurriedly performed an incantation gesture with one hand and threw out a purple thunder, shattering Yuanda's arm and fleeing in a flash. Boom! The beautiful jade was finally completely suppressed, and all of the demonic chi dissipated in an instant. Yuanda also let out a blood-curdling scream, as if he had been crushed into pieces. In the end, he no longer made any sound. Yu Shengfeng frowned and reached out to grab the jade. The jade flew back into his body. Yunxiao was shocked. This precious jade was the most precious treasure of Yu Shengfeng's, the imperial carriage. He had seen it before, but he did not expect it to be so powerful. Perhaps Yu Shengfeng was limited by his own strength and could not fully exert the power of the carriage. Is he dead? Yunxiao asked with some concern. If Yuanda died, they would be in big trouble. If Lu Zongzi lost this right-hand man, he would definitely make a move in advance and use all his strength to fight against Chu Shengfeng. Yu Shengfeng shook his head and said, although I don't know how he escaped, he's indeed not dead. This place seems a little strange. Perhaps there are some secrets we haven't discovered yet. A secret? It suddenly occurred to Yunxiao that Yuanda's two appearances had been inexplicable, and the crack was not big, so he could scan almost the whole place with his divine sense. Yu Shengfeng was vigilant for a while, but he did not find Yuanda's figure. Then, he turned to Yunxiao and said solemnly, "Is the sword in your hand made of rainbow stone?" Yunxiao nodded. In fact, he knew that the other party already knew about it, and he only asked so seriously to make sure. As expected. Yu Shengfeng's eyes lit up and he seemed a little excited. "You little brat. When you schemed against me earlier, you said that there were still 2 pairs of them that I didn't know where they ended up. It turns out that one of them is in your hands." Yunxiao did not know how to answer, so he told her the origin of the stone in full detail. "What? The secret treasure of the true dragon. The original stone of rainbow." Yu Shengfeng shrieked, then beat his chest and stomped his feet, angrily saying, "Those damn hidden families and the damn Wanbao Lu Merchant Union actually have such a divine item. Oh my god. It's a neon rough stone. How is this possible?" His eyes were scarlet red as he stared at Li Yunda with a more and more ferocious gaze, just like Yuan does. Yunxiao was immediately on guard. He dodged and moved hundreds of feet away as he said, "My lord, you've got a heart demon." Yu Shengfeng was startled and hurriedly made a hand seal to slowly suppress his inner emotions. After a while, he recovered. "It's just a rainbow stone," Yunxiao said. "It's indeed powerful, but it's not enough to make you lose your mind, my lord." Yu Shengfeng looked at him deeply and snorted, "You don't know much about the demon lord, so you won't understand the importance of the rainbow stone." He didn't expect that there was a rainbow stone in this world besides the body of the demon master, and it was a raw stone. Could it be that the ancient true dragon had once entered the devil realm? A speculation formed in his mind, and then the expression on his face became more and more shocked and complicated, as if he had thought of a series of things. "What have you thought of, my lord?" Yunxiao said. "You can tell me so we can discuss it together." Yu Shengfeng muttered to himself for a while before shaking his head. "I just had a flash of inspiration and didn't think of anything." Yunxiao knew that he was being perfunctory, but since he did not want to tell him, he could not force him. "Let's go. I'm afraid we can't continue cultivating here. I don't know when Yuanda will come out again." "Leave." Yu Shengfeng's eyes turned cold as he said, "There's still a secret in this crack that I don't know about. How can I leave in peace if I don't solve it? You have the rainbow origin stone, and there's a rainbow stone embedded in your heart. You've also obtained the Devil Lord's devil essence and cultivated devil techniques. You can be considered to be someone who has an extreme fate with the devil. Why don't you stay with me and find out what's going on?" Yunxiao was also surprised by Yuanda's news, so he said, "All right, I'll go with Darren so that we can take care of each other." Yu Shengfeng thought for a moment and said, "Can you give me the rainbow demon sword? You can name a price. I might be able to do it." Yunxiao shook his head. "I don't plan to do anything for the time being. If I don't want it in the future, I will think of you, Your Excellency." AI. Yu Shengfeng let out a long sigh, as if lamenting why he didn't have such good luck, his eyes full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Yunxiao did not mention the matter again, but began to observe by himself. Both of them were peak-level alchemists, and the strength of their divine senses was rarely seen in the world. Coupled with his magical spirit eyes, it was almost impossible for Yuanda to hide. After the two of them searched for a while, they searched almost every corner of the space, but they still couldn't find a trace. Yu Shengfeng frowned and said, "How is that possible? Disappearing and reappearing out of thin air. Could it be a buy-in?" "Don't tell me!" Yunxiao suddenly cried out. The two of them looked at each other and seemed to have seen each other's answer. They looked at the Devil World barrier in surprise. The only possibility now was that Yuanda had directly escaped into the barrier, but this possibility seemed to be even smaller than if he had disappeared for nothing. Impossible, impossible. If he had the strength to escape into the Devil World and not die, he wouldn't have been defeated by you and me. Yu Shengfeng shook his head. Yunxiao touched his chin with one hand and said thoughtfully, "Maybe he didn't enter with his own strength, but with some other secret skill that we don't know about." Yu Shengfeng's expression became serious as he gently touched the barrier. He was only half an inch away from the barrier and didn't dare to get too close. You're saying that he has a secret technique to open this devil world's barrier? Haha. This deduction is even more terrifying than the previous one. Xianxia still shook his head in disbelief. I don't believe it either, Xiao said. But he did disappear under our eyes, and he appeared suddenly without any warning. Darren is an experienced person. You can give an explanation. Demonic chi was constantly gushing out of the barrier, and the two of them felt very comfortable standing inside. Xiao, in particular, had been desperately absorbing devil essence in the battle just now, which was of great benefit to his body. Xianxia extended a finger and poked at the barrier. Without any sound, the finger was crushed into dust by the realm power. After confirming that the realm power couldn't be broken, Xianxia sighed and retracted his hand. The devil chi in the surroundings gathered and condensed into a finger. If the realm power is indeed unbreakable, Xiao said, then the problem lies in the passage. After all, Yuanda's ability to suddenly disappear can only be found here. Previously, when he was beaten half to death in the abyss, he still didn't disappear. Yes, that's what I'm thinking too. Xianxia waved his hand and the devil essence lock appeared on his arm. He flew up and formed a formation in the air, spreading out like a spider web and extending infinitely. Xiao saw that wherever the chain passed, the demonic energy would avoid it, as if it was very disgusted. What? Xianxia's eyes suddenly opened wide as he looked into the distance. He saw that within the area covered by the devil essence lock, where the devil chi had dissipated, a cloud of stars gradually appeared. It was speckled with black light, like a galaxy. A passageway? Xiao was also taken aback. There was another passage in the ancient devil's well. Humph. There's indeed a problem. Xianxia put away the chains and walked towards the passage. With the removal of the demonic vitality lock, the demonic chi in the sky rolled over again, annihilating the passage. It was impossible to identify it with the naked eye and divine sense. The two of them quickly arrived in front of the passage. If they didn't know that there was a passage in front of them, they wouldn't have been able to sense it. Do you want to go in and take a look? Asked Xianxia. Let's go in, Xiao said. Since Yuanda can go in, we can naturally go in as well. Yes. Xianxia responded and secretly thought that he was actually so cautious and his courage was not as good as the man in front of him. He couldn't help feeling a little ashamed and stepped in first. As soon as he entered, he immediately felt a shocking demonic chi blowing in his face. The concentration was dozens of times higher than the outside world. The two of them were shocked to see such a strong demonic chi hidden in the ancient devil's well. They felt that something was wrong. Even the Lingmu flute in the Divine Realm tablet was alarmed. It said in a solemn voice, "Let's continue forward and investigate the source of this demonic chi." Suddenly, several black lights flashed in front of him. They increased in number and shot over like stars passing through the tunnel. The two of them looked over and saw that the black light was a long spear formed from demonic chi, covering the entire passage. Humph, as expected, he's inside. Such a small trick. Is Yuanda out of tricks? Xianxia sneered. He shook his right hand and the ancient dust sword was slashed out. It turned into countless roaring sword dragons and destroyed all the black spears. It also cut open countless cracks in the tunnel. Let's go. After the two of them confirmed that Yuanda was in front of them, they increased the speed of their escape technique. With a flash of light, they had already teleported 1,000 li. This crack was not long, and they soon saw the demonic boundary. Amazing demonic chi poured out of the boundary power. That's Ingluo. Xiao was taken aback, and what he saw almost blinded him. There were hundreds of human faces embedded in the boundary wall of the demon world. At a glance, they were so densely packed that it made people's scalps tingle. Xianxia also sucked in a breath of cold air. He was shocked by this scene. What is this? Those human faces all had their eyes closed, peacefully embedded in the regional wall. It was unknown if they were alive or dead. Are these people still alive? Xianxia looked on in a daze. How did they enter this regional wall? He stretched out his hand and touched the regional wall, but as soon as he touched it, one of his fingers was crushed into dust. The power of the realm is not decreasing. What's going on? Yu Shangfeng said in surprise. Around Yunxiao's demonic eyes, strange magatama shapes flickered, slowly sweeping over the faces of the people on the regional wall. Unconsciously, cold sweat flowed down from his temples as he muttered to himself. How is this possible, Ingluo? How did this happen, Ingluo? Yu Shangfeng saw his somewhat dazed appearance and hurriedly said, What did you find? Yunxiao's lips were a little pale as he said in a trembling voice. These human faces didn't come in from the realm of heavenly martial arts, but rather, they came from the Tao Wu. Yu Shangfeng's brows furrowed, and his expression suddenly changed as he cried out, You mean Ingluo? Yunxiao nodded with a livid face and said, These human faces came out from the devil realm, which means they are all devils. They seem to want to break out of the wall, but they are blocked by the realm power of the heavenly martial realm, so they only have faces on them. Yu Shangfeng was stunned for a moment before he gradually believed it. Those faces were indeed a little strange, and around the faces there were also protruding blocks which were the other parts of the body that were squeezing out. The space here has already changed. Lingmu Di's voice came. Who knows how long those devils have been inside the regional wall? They actually showed their faces. What should we do now? Yunxiao asked with a voice transmission. This scene made him a little confused. He had never encountered such a situation before, and he only felt his scalp go numb. Don't worry too much, Lingmu Di said. Although the face has appeared, who knows how long it will take for it to really pass through the realm power. You may not see it in your life. Really? Yunxiao breathed a sigh of relief and said, Phew, you scared me to death. Since that's the case, I won't bother anymore. That's just my guess. Lingmu Di continued. If the changes here continue, these devils might come out in the next second. What the hell should we do? Yunxiao asked angrily, his face dark. Don't be anxious, Lingmu Di said. Let's find that Yuanda first and ask him about the situation. He and Lu Congzi must know something. Yunxiao was taken aback, and he thought to himself, How could I forget Yuanda? His gaze started to search the surroundings. Not far away beside the regional wall, Yuanda was sitting cross-legged in the void and recuperating from his injuries, as if he did not see their arrival. When the two of them had first arrived, they had been frightened by the hundreds of human faces and had not noticed Yuanda's existence. Yunxiao looked over and said in a deep voice, Lord Yuanda, shouldn't you give us an explanation? Yu Shangfeng also came back to his senses after hearing his shout. He looked at Yuanda with a complicated expression and his face was also gloomy. Only then did Yuanda slowly open his eyes. He did not put down the seal in his hands and continued to frantically absorb the demonic qi, saying, Didn't the two of you already see and make your judgment? Yunxiao did not expect him to be so calm, and he could not help but feel a little strange. Oh? It seems like Lord Yuanda is already used to this scene. I wonder when this spatial crack appeared, when did Lord discover it, and whether there was any difference between when he discovered it and now. Yuanda did not move. He was still performing incantation gestures to absorb the devil qi, as if he had entered a meditative state, and turned a deaf ear to Yunxiao's words. The two of them waited for a while before Yu Shangfeng became impatient and shouted, Kid, I'm asking you a question. This shout contained a sound wave technique, and even the space trembled. It was like an iron wall crushing over. Yuanda finally could not move. He opened his eyes and struck down with his palm, cutting apart the power of the sound wave. I thought you were dead. Yu Shang sneered coldly. Yuanda's face was full of anger. What I saw was exactly the same as what you all saw. You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? Did you or Lu Congzi discover this crack? Yunxiao suddenly asked. Yuanda furrowed his brows, and only after a while did he say, It's the chief. Since you are promoting fiendish cultivators, why don't you announce this crack? Yunxiao asked. After all, the fiend energy here is dozens of times more than the outside world. If we let those fiendish cultivators and warriors in, the sea of soul formation can produce a large number of powerful warriors in a short time. After saying that, Xiao's heart jolted as if he had thought of something, and he could not help but be taken aback. Beside him, Yu Shengfeng also seemed to have thought of something. The two of them looked at each other in shock, as if they were confirming each other's thoughts. Judging from the reactions of these devil cultivators, the devil technique was not perfect, but Lu Zongzi was promoting it unscrupulously. The reason was probably to create a large number of powerful warriors. Just like Gongyang Jingqi had the golden armored death warriors and Wei Qing had the ghost Azura, Lu Zongzi might also want to form a secret force of the devil cultivators. Yuan De did not know what the two of them were thinking, and said, "How can I know what the chief is thinking? Then when did you enter this crack? What was the state of these faces at that time?" Yu Shengfeng shouted with a gloomy face. Yuan De glanced at the faces, his eyes glimmering. He only said indifferently, "I've forgotten." "Humph, you reckless thing, you're an eyesore to me now." Yu Shengfeng was furious. He took out the ancient dust sword and walked over step by step. "Since you don't know anything, then I'll find the answer myself." Yun Xiao also teleported and appeared at the entrance of the passage, blocking Yuan De's retreat. He sneered and said, "This young master still wants to see Lord Yuan De perform a sudden disappearance." Killing intent shot out from Yuan De's eyes, and he coldly said, "Are you really going to start a fight here?" Yun Xiao crossed his arms and looked at him coldly. "It seems that Darren forced us. This crack has already undergone a mutation and is very likely to form an existence like the Tiandang mountain range. When that time comes, it will develop into a passageway between the two worlds, and there will be endless trouble in the future. As the vice president of the Sea of Soul formation stage, does your excellency not have any awareness of the safety of the world?" Yuan De's pupils constricted, and a fierce light shot out of his eyes as he stared at Yun Xiao and said, "You really know a lot." Yun Xiao was about to say something when he saw Yuan De suddenly jump up from where he was and rush straight at Gu Shengfeng. He held a spear in his hand and thrust it down. "You don't know what's good for you," Yu Shengfeng mocked. Gu Qin lifted up a sword light and hacked at the spear. With a bang, the sword light hit the spear, causing demonic patterns to spread out. Yuan De's body violently trembled a few times, but he was not split apart by Yu Shengfeng's sword. He still tightly held onto the long spear and pressed it against the ancient dust sword, demonic qi rolling around his body. Your strength is so strong." Yu Shengfeng was quite shocked. Normally, it was impossible for Yuan De to receive his sword, not to mention that he had been injured quite a bit. "Be careful, my lord." Yun Xiao's demonic eyes flickered. There's something strange about Yuan De. He didn't need to say it, Yu Shengfeng also noticed it, but he didn't take it to heart. He smiled and said, "In this world, other than the demon master himself, is there anyone else who can surpass my master's line of cultivation?" A trace of devil essence gushed out from his body and transformed into 3 heads and 6 arms. One of them held the underworld wheel and slashed in the air. The green light shot up, and Yuan De hurriedly retracted his spear to block it. However, the power of the attack was too strong, and with a bang, his entire spear and body were cut in two. Yu Shengfeng didn't stop. He raised his large sword, and several jade dragons coiled around it as he slashed towards the 2 halves of the body. Boom! As the jade dragon roared, it shattered the bodies of the Yuan De cultivators that filled the sky. They exploded into dozens of demonic spirits that let out strange cries and flew in all directions. Yu Shengfeng frowned. "The demonic qi in my body is actually directly condensing into fiend. What's going on?" Yun Xiao also found it very strange, as he had encountered it before. He wanted to ask Ling Mu Di, but Ling Mu Di didn't say anything, so he probably didn't know either. Ga ga ga. Those demonic specters let out strange sounds and flew all over the sky for a while. They gathered in front of him and fused together. Yu Shengfeng wasn't in a hurry to make a move, as if he wanted to see what was going on. Very quickly, Yuan De's figure appeared once again. His face was filled with rage. Not only that, a head and a pair of arms had appeared behind him. "This swan and eye has 2 heads and 4 arms? Yun Xiao and Yu Shengfeng were both stunned. However, they soon discovered that something was wrong. It was not 2 heads and 4 arms, but someone was sticking to Yuanda's back. It was as if they were conjoined. The person had a head, hands, and feet. He had everything, but their backs were only connected. Hee. Did you encounter an expert that you can't deal with? You still have to summon me. Hee. The conjoined twins behind Yuanda let out a cold and sinister voice as they laughed strangely. Humph. Enough nonsense. Quickly kill these two people, Yuanda said angrily. Yes, they're not weak at all. One is at the returning to true realm, and the other is at the divine sovereign justice realm. No wonder they forced you to this point. But since I've appeared, it's their end. The person behind him laughed strangely. Yuanda turned his body and the person appeared in front of him. The person's expression was cold and strange, and demonic chi was rolling around his body. He also gave off an evil feeling. Kiki. He stuck out his scarlet tongue, which was several inches long, and licked his lips. He stared at Yu Shengfeng and said, "He actually has a true fiend Dharma idol. Could it be passed down by the arch?" Yu Shengfeng stood up and said coldly, "Who are you?" This king? You won't know even if I tell you, but my name will soon be known throughout the entire heavenly martial continent." The man was a little excited, and his eyes were constantly emitting a dark demonic light. Ling Mudi's voice suddenly came. "We're in big trouble. This person is a demon lord from the demon world." Yun Xiao was taken aback and cried out, "How is that possible? Could it be that he broke through the wall?" "It should be," said Ling Mudi. "It seems that the situation here is more complicated than I thought. I'm afraid it will evolve into a second Tiandang mountain range. I don't know what level of demon lord he is, but if Sun Shengfeng is defeated too quickly, you should quickly escape." Yun Xiao was a little nervous as he said, "There are levels for demon lords? This person doesn't seem to be too strong, or else why would he be stuck together with Yuanda? He's most likely under the suppression of the heavenly martial arts realm, and his movements are restricted. The demonic monarch is already the highest life form in the demonic realm," Ling Mudi said. "He evolved from the 10-sided Blackfire fiend and can be considered a creature with full spiritual intelligence. However, even demon lords had different strengths. The demon lord emperor who descended back then was the peak existence of the entire demon world. What you said makes a lot of sense. He should be borrowing Yuanda's body to resist the suppression of the heavenly martial realm's realm power. If he was really too strong, he should have been able to adapt to the realm power long ago." Yun Xiao suddenly felt a pain in his head, and the great expansion divine technique kept flashing in his mind, as if some missing memories were slowly opening up. "I remember now. The Tiandang Mountains also have demon lords." Ling Mudi said, "The Tiandang Mountains are a spatial crack. For countless years, there will be fiendish demons. Even the 10-sided black flame fiend will come out of the devil world. It's not surprising that it has evolved into a devil lord with the passage of time. But countless experts have placed seals there, so even the demon lord will find it difficult to come out." Yun Xiao recalled the time when he was dormant in the Phoenix's consciousness and saw her fighting with the 10-sided black flame fiend in the Tiandang Mountains. The existence of the true spirit was much longer than that of the demon-sealing war, which showed that the demons had entered the heavenly martial continent for a long time. However, 100,000 years ago, they encountered the lord of the demon world, the strongest demon king, who almost destroyed a world. Your name resounded throughout the heavenly martial continent. Yu Shengfeng sneered at the demonic monarch. "I'd like to hear your name." The demonic monarch grinned. "Listen well. My name is Yi. You can call me Demonic Min, or Shijun." "Oh!" Yu Shengfeng's heart shook. He had some guesses about Yu's identity, but hearing the meaning of the name seemed to confirm his suspicions. "What grade of devil monarch are you?" Yun Xiao suddenly asked. "What grade are you?" The regicide's pupils constricted as he turned his cold eyes over, almost piercing into Yun Xiao's body. "Who are you? You seem to know a lot about my devil world." Yu Shengfeng was also shocked. "What level of devil monarch? What do you mean by that?" "The Devil King is the true top existence in the entire devil realm," Yun Xiao said unhurriedly. "He is the Devil King. In the devil world, after countless years of absorbing the essence of the world power, The devil chi could give birth to a trace of spiritual consciousness and condense into a living body, which was the demonic fiend. The demonic spirit was the lowest life form in the demonic realm. After countless years of devouring each other, it could further improve its strength and intelligence, and step into the same level as the 10 immortal state in the heaven martial realm. It was called the Black Flame Evil Spirit. Not only does the Black Fire Fiend absorb demonic chi to cultivate, it also devours demonic chi. If there's a chance, it will also devour other Black Fire Fiends. Just cultivate like this until its strength breaks through, its intelligence is fully opened, and it becomes a demonic monarch. The regicide listened to him quietly, and his eyes became even colder. He said in a cold voice, "Where did you learn all this?" While shocked, Yu Shengfeng also found it strange. He did not know how Yun Xiao knew more than he did about the inheritance of demonic servants. "First, tell me what level of devil lord you are," Yun Xiao said. It's said that the Black Flame Fiend must devour more than 9 of its own kind, or absorb fiend energy to reach the same strength, before it has a chance to evolve into a devil lord. Even the lowest first-level demon lord is equivalent to the Void Extreme Divine Realm. Void Extreme God Realm. Yu Shengfeng was shocked and immediately became extremely alert, his face solemn. The lowest level? The regicide was furious and almost roared. "You damn low-level creature! You dare to call this lord the lowest level of demon lord?" Yun Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "It seems that you are only a first-grade demon. Even if you're only level 1, killing you will be as easy as stepping on ants." The king killer said coldly. "Is that so?" Yun Xiao asked. "If you were in the devil realm, perhaps you would, but this is the heavenly martial arts realm, and you are still suppressed by the realm's power. Otherwise, you wouldn't need to borrow Yuanda's body to resist the realm's power." The regicide's face fell as he glared at Yun Xiao and said, "You're mostly right, but you're wrong about one thing. The Demon King's power far exceeds your Void Extreme God realm. There was a basic hierarchy of power in the Chaosverse, and all the planes of the universe followed these laws and had corresponding relationships with each other. My power is indeed equivalent to the Void God realm of the Heavenly Martial realm, but the realm power of the Demon realm is much higher than that of the Heavenly Martial realm. Thus, under the same correspondence, my power is indeed far superior to your Void God realm." Ling Mudi also seemed to have heard of this for the first time. He seemed to have thought of something and looked enlightened. He kept reading. "So that's how it is, so that's how it is," the regicide continued. "There's another level between the 10-sided Blackfire Fiend and the demonic monarch. There's a half-step demonic monarch. It's equivalent to the divine realm in the heavenly martial realm, but it's stronger than the divine realm." "So what?" Yun Xiao said. "The gap between us has completely disappeared under the suppression of the realm power, and we'll still beat you up." "Damn it! You still don't understand after all that I've said?" the regicide angrily said. "Even if my power is suppressed by the realm power, it's still comparable to your Void Extreme God realm. As for the two of you, one of you is only at the returning to true realm, and the other is only at the divine sovereign justice realm. How are you going to fight me?" Yun Xiao smiled and said, "I only know how to speak with strength. If you had the cultivation base of the void divine realm, you would have long chopped off their heads. Why would you be here talking nonsense? It's most likely that you can't defeat them, so you're bragging to boost your courage. Die!" The regicide was furious. He left Chu Shengfeng behind and waved his hand. A stream of demonic chi shot out and spread out in a fan shape in the air, covering the entire passage. Yun Xiao did not dare to be careless. The attack was indeed extremely dangerous, and it had the ability to kill him. The Tusada heavenly peak flew up from his palm and turned into a small mountain in front of him, using it as a shield. Boom! The mountain was cut down and was forced back several feet, causing countless gravel to roll down and 6-colored light to spin. Yun Xiao thought he was safe and sound, but he was pushed back a distance by the mountain in the air. His blood and chi were tumbling and surging, and his body was flashing with a golden light. Yu Shengfeng's expression changed drastically. He knew very well how strong the Tusada heavenly peak was. It was already shocking that this regicide sky peak could shake the mountain. Let's join forces and kill him, he shouted, not daring to be careless. The arm behind him raised the dark wheel and slashed. The small capital Heaven Dark Will formation appeared in the sky and flew forward. Swish! The regicide's figure flashed, leaving only an afterimage that was cut into pieces by the underworld wheel. Yu Shengfeng didn't dare to stay where he was. He teleported away and cast out the Devil Essence Lock, which turned into a cloud of stars. Yunxiao put away the Tusada Heavenly Peak as well, then performed an incantation gesture with both hands. The northern heaven cold star sword flew out and danced around him. The two of them were extremely vigilant, and their divine sense and spirit eyes were looking for the regicide. The demonic chi on the wall of realm power gushed out several times and was sucked into a mass of demonic clouds like a hurricane. The regicide's figure condensed, his hands forming a strange seal, and he shouted, "Exterminate!" A cloud of shocking demonic chi spread out and a black light enveloped the area. The entire space trembled so much that it was about to collapse, and it kept on twisting and changing. Yun Xiao threw out the Tusada Heavenly Peak again and shouted, "Come here!" Yu Shengfeng teleported down, and the two of them hid behind the mountain peak at the same time. The demonic chi collided with the six-colored light, and various colored gravel constantly crumbled. However, no matter how strong the demonic light was, it could not break through the six-colored light's earth elemental enchantment. The entire chaotic space also stretched out and relaxed once again the moment the Tusada Peak appeared. Just as the two of them breathed a sigh of relief, they suddenly felt a chill. The regicide appeared in front of them like a ghost, and its huge hand turned into the size of a millstone as it slapped toward Yunxiao. It was obvious that the Tusada Peak had angered him and he wanted to kill this person first. Yunxiao performed an incantation gesture with his hand, and the heavenly sword diagram flew down to protect him. At the same time, he clenched his left hand into a fist beside his body, producing crackling sounds as he condensed purple thunder. Boom! The palm had pushed away the heavenly sword picture, but it had also absorbed most of its power. Instead of retreating, Yunxiao rushed toward the palm and met it with his left hand. The purple thunderbolt spun in his palm, condensed into a small dragon, and suddenly shot out. Bang! A hole appeared in the huge demonic palm, and the thunder fire burned the hole, expanding the wound. Most of the pressure from the palm force dissipated as Yunxiao transformed into a thunderbolt and shot forward, fleeing 1,000 feet away. At this moment, Yu Shengfeng also threw out the royal carriage. Countless runes flew into the air and turned into a white world that pressed down on the regicide. The regicide's palm missed and was injured. He was furious and retracted his hand after roaring a few times. He clenched his fist and punched at the white light. Boom! The runes that filled the sky trembled and shattered one after another. The royal carriage became transparent, and a faint golden light appeared. It suppressed the demonic chi and did not dissipate. It directly fell down. What? The regicide's expression changed drastically, as if he couldn't believe it. His fist shattered under the suppression of the carriage, turning into countless demonic chi and hundreds of demonic fiends, screaming wildly. Yu Shengfeng's expression darkened as he slashed out with his ancient sword. Countless jade dragons flew up and shattered the demons. Bang! 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 There were explosions everywhere, demonic chi was everywhere, and the situation was chaotic. Yuan De was extremely shocked and furious. He cursed behind him. Didn't you say that with your strength, you are invincible in the realm of heavenly martial arts? How come you can't even take care of two small fries? Shut up. If not for the realm's suppression, I would have long crushed them into pieces. The regicide was furious and roared. Losers always have many excuses, Yuan De sneered. Shut up. Shut up. The regicide roared again and again, his face twisted. Wait until this lord gets used to this realm power. The first one I'll dismember is you into 10,000 pieces. We'll talk about it after you're alive. Yuan De snorted coldly. I think you'll most likely be killed by them this time. The regicide was so angry that he almost fainted. He roared, if you say another word, I'll kill you right now. At worst, I'll just return to the devil realm. Yuanda immediately fell silent and closed his eyes. Suddenly, there was a flash of light in the sky, which turned into hundreds and thousands of sword shadows, falling like a heavy rain. With the sword in his hand, Yunxiao waved it and 9 lotus flowers bloomed in front of him, bursting with a dazzling light. Then he slashed down. Star sword slash. In an instant, the countless sword lights lost their color and dimmed. The 9 lotus flowers shrank in the middle and stuck under the sword essence. Then they were slashed down. That's Ingluo. The regicide felt as if someone was strangling him. He lost his composure and screamed, "Rainbow stone! Oh my God! It's a Xianxia!" His entire body felt uncomfortable. His eyes were wide open, and his face was filled with shock and fear. That terrifying sword had descended, and he only came back to his senses when he was several dozen feet away from him. The blazing light of the ice fiend heart flame was something that no other unique skill could imitate. The regicide stared at the 9 lotus flowers and his face lit up. He roared, "It's really a neon stone. Haha, that's great." Boom! Just as he was overjoyed, it was already too late for him to dodge. He was struck by the sword essence and his body was directly split open. Then, the 9 lotus flowers merged into one and bloomed in the air. The huge light shot out and completely swallowed the regicide. Boom, boom, boom. The flower of light kept producing the sound of wind and thunder. The crack space was also swallowed up and everything was burned. Yu Shengfeng's face was also a little pale. He looked at the power of that sword in horror, and his palms were sweating as he asked, "Is he dead?" Yunxiao's chest heaved up and down violently. The sword attack had consumed too much of his strength. Staring at the flower of light, he said coldly, "He's not dead yet, but soon." Yu Shengfeng's pupils shrank. He immediately raised his ancient dust and slashed out. His sword turned into 1,000,000 jade dragons that rushed into the flowers of light like a tsunami, stirring up the entire sky. Boom! Countless jade dragons swept in and instantly blew up the devouring power of the ice fiend heart flame. The entire crack passage was torn apart again by this attack, and a new crack that was 300 meters long appeared. A black light rushed out from the explosion and escaped to the demon world's boundary wall with lightning speed. Yunxiao's magical spiritual eyes flickered as he teleported up and caught up with the Emperor Killer. Then he slammed his palm down. Purple lightning gathered in his palm and chased after him like a long nail. Bang! Bang! 2 huge tremors sounded, and the regicide's body crashed into the demon world's boundary wall. Yuanda's body was facing everyone, and his chest was directly pierced through by the purple lightning, creating a large hole. Ah! Yuanda seemed to be in extreme pain. His face was constantly contorting as he angrily said, "Damn it! You actually used me as a shield. You lowly minion. Get out of my body." The regicide did not say a word. His body stuck to the regional wall and kept moving. Yu Shengfeng was about to attack when Yunxiao stopped him and said, "Wait a moment." The two of them looked at the regicide and were shocked to see that his body had started to merge into the regional wall. He had already entered 1/3 of it. "He's trying to escape," Yu Sheng said in shock. Yunxiao shook his head and said, "Let him go. He's just one of the fiend lords on the wall. It doesn't make much sense to kill him. Let's just observe how long it will take him to come out again." Yu Shengfeng thought for a moment, then agreed with Yunxiao and began to watch quietly. More than half of the regicide's body had melted into it. He turned his head and stared at the two viciously, as if he wanted to engrave their faces into his mind forever. Finally, his eyes fell on the sword in Yunxiao's hand. With a demonic look of desire, he stuck out his long scarlet tongue and licked it up and down. Yuanda suddenly let out a pained roar and angrily said, "Quickly, get off me!" The regicide's body was almost completely integrated into the regional wall, and Yuanda's body finally came into contact with the regional wall. Without a sound, he could only watch as he was crushed by the regional power and dissipated into the most primitive demonic chi. The two of them were shocked. The visual effect was too shocking. an expert at the peak of perfection and the vice president of the Sea of Soul Formation realm, had died so quietly and wistfully without leaving any dust behind. After a long time, Yu Shengfeng snorted and said, "Those who play with fire will burn themselves." Yun Xiao fell into deep thought and said, "Why did the power of virtue instantly die when it touched the power of the world? How did the regicide come from the devil world? The human faces on the wall are also continuously seeping into the power of the world. How did they do it?" Yu Shengfeng was stunned. "I've never thought about that. However, I should be able to find information in the Holy Region and the Sea of Soul Formation. I'll go back and check it out. In addition, that rascal most likely knows something." Yun Xiao nodded. "Lu Congzi must know, and he must also know that the regicide and Yuanda are stuck together. Perhaps he is also responsible for the regicide penetrating the realm power." Yu Shengfeng's expression was as dark as water as he said coldly, "This rascal is so bold. He really dares to play. Where did he get the courage to think that he could control everything?" A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he said, "Why don't you and I join forces and wipe out that evil disciple as well?" Yun Xiao was taken aback. "No," he hurriedly said. "You can't. Let's not talk about whether we can kill him together. Even if we can, the death of the chief of the Sea of Soul Formation will surely cause an uproar. Perhaps it will directly cause the Sea of Soul Formation to fall apart." Yu Shengfeng unhappily flicked his sleeve and snorted. "You're a person who's always hesitant when doing things. You're too apprehensive, and you're so indecisive." "Did I?" Yun Xiao smiled wryly. Yu Shengfeng said, "Now that Yuanda is dead, that unfilial disciple will find us sooner or later. Why don't we strike first? If we strike later, we'll suffer." "My lord, you came back to the Sea of Soul Formation to deal with him," Yun Xiao said with a smile. "Do you think you're afraid that he'll come to you?" Yu Shengfeng revealed a worried expression. "I've underestimated the strength of this traitorous disciple. If not for my old friend's avatar in the heavenly abyss, he would have already attacked." "My lord," Yun Xiao said in surprise, "your good friend is Lao AI, but he can deter Lu Congzi?" "True Lord Meng Ling," Yu Shengfeng said. "What? It's him, no wonder." Yun Xiao's expression changed several times. He had only heard of True Lord Meng Ling, who was the most mysterious person in the entire Holy Region. "My lord, are you afraid that Lu Congzi will reveal his trump card after knowing that perfected Lord Meng Ling has left? If that's the case, Bo Yuqing and I really can't resist it." Yu Shengfeng was deeply worried. He had come to the Soul Formation Sea with confidence, but after seeing the situation inside the crack, he immediately lost his confidence. He looked at Yun Xiao with a pleading look in his eyes and said, "I know that you still have many experts in your saint artifact. If you help me, I'll most likely be able to contend with him." Yun Xiao smiled wryly. "You think too highly of me, my lord. I don't know how many of them are still in the heavenly martial realm. If there are a dozen of them, I'm afraid the entire world will not be able to withstand them. 10 or so, don't scare me." Yu Shengfeng was startled. Since a demon lord can break out of the realm, why can't there be a second or a third one? Yun Xiao asked, "Why can't there be a second or a third one? Darren is so sure that the regicide was the only one?" Yu Shengfeng was stunned by Yun Xiao's words, but it was indeed very possible. When these demon lords appeared in the realm of heavenly martial arts, the first thing they had to do was to overcome the pressure of the realm power. Judging from Yuanda's situation, they seemed to have possessed the bodies of devil cultivators to adapt to the realm power of the realm of heavenly martial arts. The expressions of the two men changed drastically at the same time, as if they had thought of something, and they both revealed a look of horror. "Speak," Yu Shengfeng said in a deep voice. He wanted to see if Yun Xiao had the same idea as him. Yun Xiao swallowed and said, "Could it be that Lu Congzi promoted the demonic cultivation technique and increased the number of demonic cultivators for the sake of the Tao Wu?" A chill ran down both of their spines. Yu Shengfeng's expression was unusually ugly. He had clearly thought of this. Cough, cough. Feiyong and Master are indeed extremely intelligent. No wonder they're both my greatest worries. An old voice came from the crack. Both Yun Xiao and Yu Shengfeng trembled. They felt a chill run down their spines, and they could not feel any warmth. Lu Congzi was standing quietly at the passage of the crack. He looked calm, and his body exuded an ancient aura. He also had the aura of a superior, which made people look up to him. Unfilial disciple. Do you really want to be condemned by history? Yu Shengfeng angrily rebuked, his face ashen. Lu Congzi said, Master, are you saying that I can leave my name behind for thousands of years? I'm very happy to receive such high praise from you, Master. Chief, why are you doing this? Yun Xiao asked seriously. Have you also suffered from qi deviation while cultivating a demonic technique? Since I'm cultivating a demonic technique, I've naturally become a demon. Lu Congzi smiled faintly and said. Yu Shengfeng stood there in a daze and looked at Lu Congzi for a long time before sighing. My disciple, seal this place and send soldiers to guard it. I'll take your junior brother and leave the Sea of Soul Formation. We'll never step in here again. Yun Xiao was a little surprised. Chu Shengfeng's words meant that he had completely admitted defeat and handed over the entire Sea of Soul Formation to Lu Congzi. But was this really a good idea? In the past, he would naturally be happy to see Lu Congzi, but now that he had a deep understanding of Lu Congzi, how could he hand over the Sea of Soul Formation to such a person? I'd rather let Nie Shengfeng regain power. Master, are you angry with me? Do you want to never see me again? Lu Congzi laughed. Moreover, if Master was willing to leave, what about junior brother? Is Shidi really willing to do so? What do you mean by this? Yu Shengfeng frowned. Lu Congzi smiled and didn't answer. A figure slowly walked out from the tunnel behind him and gradually revealed his face. It was Bo Yuqing. There was no expression on his face, as if he was frozen. Yuqing, you're a coward. Yu Sheng was shocked. Bo Yuqing said numbly, if Master is going to leave, then I won't follow Master. I'll stay here and help senior brother. I'll try to start a career together and win glory for Master. Chu Shengfeng looked at Lu Congzi in anger and said, Unfilial disciple, what did you do to him? I didn't do anything, Lu Congzi said. I just told you what happened back then. Yu Shengfeng's expression changed drastically as he shouted, What is it? What nonsense are you making up? Master, you don't even know what it is. How did you know that I was making it up? Lu Congzi asked in surprise. Yu Shengfeng's face was dark as he turned to Bo Yuqing. I don't know what this traitorous disciple told you, but you must not let him provoke our master-disciple relationship. I'm not provoking you, Bo Yuqing said lightly. I actually understand what happened back then. With such a smart master and senior brother, it's normal for me to be your test subject. To be honest, my hatred for master and senior brother is not as strong as I thought. Yu Shengfeng was stunned for a moment and then fell silent. Back then, master, you were tempted by the extreme mean body and wanted to use me as your cauldron. But I saw through you, Lu Congzi said. However, this disciple also really wanted to know what was going on with the extreme mean body. So she played along and let junior brother take the lead. The reason why we became enemies later and acted ahead of time wasn't because I wanted to save junior martial brother or because I felt threatened, but because I accidentally discovered this crack. Both Hu Shengfeng and Bo Yuqing were shocked, and Bo Yuqing's expression struggled for a moment before returning to normal. Yu Shengfeng gritted his teeth and said, I see. I've always felt strange. Even though you've been peaking at the extreme mean body, it seems that you've acted too early. I thought that it was because your heart wasn't strong enough, or that you felt Master's killing intent and couldn't hold back. Lu Congzi smiled indifferently. I've always been aware of Master's killing intent. I also know that once the ultimate in body is cultivated, I'm afraid that you'll be the first to attack me. But I'm not worried about this. Humph. Yu Shengfeng snorted angrily. You're worthy of being someone I fear. You're really my good disciple. Master, you're too kind. After Master died and left, Yuqing naturally fell into my hands. I didn't dare to disobey Master's last wish and was determined to complete the extreme in body. So I let Yuqing continue. Bo Yuqing's face twitched and he said sadly, It's just that Shizuan and Xixiang are using me. I've always known. It's just that at the time of the incident, whether it was when Shizhuan was present or when Xianxia was controlling me. If I had shown the slightest bit of unwillingness or seen through it, would I still be alive now? Yu Shengfeng felt a little guilty, as if he had found his conscience, and said, "Back then, Shizhuan did indeed let you down. But right now, he definitely won't harm you. It's better for you to leave with Master. Following this sinful disciple will not have a good end." Bo Yuqing didn't react and continued, "I've also sensed many problems with the cultivation of the extreme Yin body, but I'm able to overcome them. It's just that I've never revealed them. Once I show that I'm used to the Agarine and cultivate an extreme Yin body, I'm afraid that will be the end of my life." Thus, all this while, the key to not being able to achieve the extreme Yin body was not because of the flaws in the cultivation method, but because I had always been in conflict with it. Yu Shengfeng, Lu Zongzi, and even Yun Xiao were all stunned for a while as they looked at him in a daze. What kind of helplessness and sorrow was this? He clearly had an extremely strong talent and could cultivate the extreme Yin divine body and become a physical body sage. However, because he had such a master and senior brother, he would probably die the day his physical body became a sage. Bo Yuqing looked at the two indifferently and said, "That's why I constantly destroyed my meridians to stop the fusion. It wasn't until my body completely collapsed that I finally showed resistance to the Agarine, and a real problem occurred. However, I was truly overjoyed at that time because I didn't need to cultivate the extreme Yin divine body and I could live on." Yu Shengfeng's expression was extremely unsightly as he lowered his head in shame. Lu Zongzi still looked calm. He suddenly laughed and said, "Tsk, junior brother, I've always underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be so scheming and patient. Haha, you're worthy of being Master's disciple and worthy of being my junior brother." "So what if he has such a scheming mind and patience?" Bo Yuqing said. "He can only drag out an ignoble existence under senior brother's great strategy and wisdom. That's already very rare," Lu Zongzi praised. "At least you've deceived Master and me. In that case, I won't say anything if you don't follow me. But why do you want to follow this traitorous disciple?" Bo Yuqing's eyes flashed. "I'm not following him. I'm following myself. Before I started cultivating the extreme Yin divine body, it was the happiest time of my life. After that, he lived in fear every day. He was afraid that he would accidentally cultivate a divine body and be taken away by his master and senior brother. After that, he drifted in the East Sea and sought a cure, hoping to cure the injuries he had suffered from destroying his foundation for many years. Now, I want to be myself again, to be Bo Yuqing again." Yu Shengfeng seemed to have understood something and said, "Are you saying that you want to stay in this crack to cultivate your demonic arts?" "Yes," Bo Yuqing said firmly. "With the Agarine, what else is more suitable for me than cultivating MO skills? From today onwards, I'm going to start walking my own path, the path of the strong that belongs to me." Bo Yuqing, instead of continuing to live in your shadows and fears, Yu Shengfeng was silent. He didn't know what to say and could only let out a long sigh. Yun Xiao was also quite moved. "I can understand your thoughts, but do you think you can fight Lu Zongzi if you stay here? It will definitely fall into his hands again and be controlled." "No one can control me." Bo Yuqing shook his head. "This crack was created by senior brother. In return, I'll be willing to do something for him. But if I'm not willing, he can't force me with his threats." "What?" Yun Xiao frowned. "Are you really that confident? Where did you get your confidence from?" "That's because my body and foundation have basically been restored," Bo Yuqing said word by word. "As long as I have time, I can also step into the extreme Yin body and attain great success in my physical body." Yu Shengfeng's body trembled. Although he still found it hard to believe, he could tell from Bo Yuqing's determined gaze that he definitely wasn't lying. He had easily solved a difficult problem that none of his ancestors had been able to solve. Moreover, he had endured so many years of humiliation for fear of being discovered. Yun Xiao heaved a long sigh, knowing that he could no longer persuade him. "We're acquaintances. I wish you good luck." Bo Yuqing gave a light and didn't say anything else. "Ha ha ha." Lu Zongzi suddenly laughed and said, "I didn't think that my junior brother would be so outstanding, so scheming, and so tolerant. I'm really happy. None of Master's disciples are easy to deal with. Chu Shengfeng said, Yuqing, I have indeed let you down in the past. Since you have chosen the path you want to walk, I will not force you. I am also happy for you. Bo Yuqing's face was indifferent, without any expression. Yu Shengfeng continued, I, Yu Shengfeng, am content to have two such outstanding disciples. However, this crack is a huge matter. I can't have any illusions about it. I must seal it as soon as possible. Otherwise, not only the sea of soul formation, but the entire world will be implicated. If the world is involved, there will be people in the world to stop it, Lu Zongzi said with a smile. Why do you have to trouble yourself, Master? Not only did Yu Shengfeng's face change drastically, but even Yun Xiao was furious as he scolded. Mr. Chief, you're the leader of the Sea of Soul Formation, the best alchemist in the world. So what? Lu Zongzi asked. Yun Xiao's face was livid, and he clenched his fists so hard that his knuckles cracked. I don't understand. You are already the most respected person in the world. Why do you have to do this? Lu Zongzi's turbid eyes suddenly became clear, as if he had become dozens of years younger in an instant. I can't become a god in this world, so I'll join the devil. Yun Xiao and Yu Shengfeng both trembled. Bo Yuqing's face also revealed a strange expression, but he was more excited. Ha ha ha! Yu Shengfeng laughed. To have such courage, then Master won't say much. Let me test your strength and see if it matches up to your ambition, he said with a cold look. Yun Xiao's heart trembled, and he knew that Yu Shengfeng had made up his mind to fight Lu Zongzi. He was the key. If he helped Nie Shengfeng, he might have a chance. Otherwise, with Lu Zongzi's power in the Sea of Soul Formation, Nie Shengfeng would definitely lose. Lu Zongzi nodded, then looked at Yun Xiao and said, I wonder what Fei Yang's attitude is in this battle between master and disciple? Oh right, I remember that Luo Tian was looking for Yang Di's whereabouts a while ago. He didn't know that Yang Di had been sent out on a mission. I also forgot to tell Fei Yang about this. Yun Xiao's face flickered, and he could not make a decision for the time being. Li Yun Xiao, Yu Shengfeng said in a deep voice, if this crack continues to exist and develop, you should know the consequences. Lu Zongzi said, this crack has existed for countless years, but there have been no consequences. Occasionally, one or two demonic monarchs break through the realm. This kind of thing has been common since ancient times. I haven't seen anything wrong with it. However, junior brother Fei Yang has a deep relationship with the Sea of Soul Formation, and this friendship is hard to bear. You're threatening me, Lu Zongzi, Yun Xiao said angrily. You're threatening me. If you don't want to, no one in the world can threaten you, Lu Zongzi said. Yu Shengfeng said in a deep voice, as long as we capture him, your disciple will naturally be saved. Otherwise, not only will we not be able to save your disciple, but we will also be threatened by him for the rest of our lives. You're a smart person. Surely you won't make a mistake at this juncture. Lu Zongzi laughed. Master is so bad. He has no love for his disciple at all. Fei Yang is not that kind of person. I'm sorry, Lord Qi, Yun Xiao sighed. I can't let go of my disciple. He revealed a determined expression, turned around, and walked towards the passage. Yu Shengfeng's expression became extremely unsightly. His origin power fluctuated on his body, and he couldn't calm down. He was going to die if he fought Lu Zongzi alone. Haha, Master Fei Yang is really smart. Yang Di really has a good master. We, as his disciples, are so envious of him. Lu Zongzi laughed and looked at Hu Shengfeng with a proud expression, but his eyes kept turning cold. Suddenly, his laughter came to an abrupt stop. His body flickered, and he instantly fled several hundred zhang away. However, a sword qi still chased after him like a rainbow piercing through the sun. Swish! He grabbed the white-hot sword light with one hand, and the blood that seeped out was steam dry, leaving only a circle of dark blood that appeared between his fingers. Gu Fei Yang, you really don't care about your disciple's life anymore. Lu Zongzi roared angrily. His face twisted, and his eyes were spewing fire. On the other end of the sword beam, A flash of lightning appeared and turned into Xianxia's true body. With a cold face, he said, "When I was sure that you were going to use the spatial crack, I had already made up my mind to kill you, not only for Yang Di, but also for the people of the world." Haha, the people of the world? Who do you think you are? I'm the leader of the Sea of Soul Formation. I seem to be more qualified to represent the world than you are. Lu Congzi laughed angrily. Xiao sneered. The people of the world never need to be represented by anyone. Even if there is, have you asked them? Xiao looked fierce, but he was actually terrified. The shock in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Zhan Hong, the sword killer, was held in Lu Congzi's hand, but he could not move it at all. Not only that, but he also activated his demonic qi, and circles of ice fiend heart flame spread out on his sword, all of which were blocked by Lu Congzi. There's still something in this world that can contend against the ice fiend heart flame? His heart was shaken as he realized that he was in big trouble. This battle would be more difficult than he had imagined. "Ha! Well said." Yu Shengfeng laughed out loud. His emotions were at their peak. He raised the ancient dust sword and rushed forward. "I haven't taught you well for so many years, and I've finally caused you to become demonic. I feel extremely guilty. Today, I'll make up for the past and teach you how to be a human." The big sword emitted a burning sword light and slashed at Lu Congzi's head. Humph! Lu Congzi snorted in anger. He finally let go of the red sword and slapped it on the body of the sword. With a bang, the heart flame was ignited. Xiao felt the sword sink, and the recoil was transmitted to his arm, forcing him to take a step back. After Lu Congzi shook off the sword death's red slash, he displayed his body technique. His feet moved quickly, leaving countless afterimages. However, his entire body didn't move much. He just dodged 30 feet away and avoided the sword. Yu Shengfeng furrowed his brows and snorted as well. His sword aura swept out like a moving dragon, covering the entire space. Lu Congzi still displayed his body technique, dodging left and right, wandering in the gaps. Although it was a little chaotic, everyone present was an expert, and it could be seen that he was taking a stroll in the courtyard with ease. Xiao frowned. Seeing that Lu Congzi seemed to be fearless, he knew that the situation today was not good. At the same time, he unleashed his sword force and thrust it forward. He could clearly see Lu Congzi's steps with his wondrous spiritual eyes and accurately predict his next step. Lu Congzi's body suddenly froze. He found that if he moved his feet, he would directly send his chest to Xiao's stab, but if he did not move, he would be cut by Yu Shengfeng's sword. Feeling depressed, he snorted and forcefully changed his position. He raised his foot and kicked sword death/red. Heart flame ripples appeared on the tip of his foot and the body of the sword, causing sword death/red to miss. Xiao was shocked. He was almost certain that Lu Congzi was indeed not afraid of the ice fiend heart flame, but he had no idea how he did it. After kicking away the red sword, Lu Congzi quickly opened his hands and drew a circle in the air. He caught Chu Shengfeng's big sword in his palm and pushed it with the force. The sword also followed in a circle, and Yu Shengfeng was pulled a step away, and he was thrown several feet away. Xiao's face turned even uglier. From the beginning to the end, Yu Shengfeng had not made a move. He was using a very delicate fighting method, not using an extra bit of strength. It could only be done with a certain degree of control over martial techniques and strength. To put it bluntly, it was an extremely deep comprehension of the heavenly Tao, wondrous to the extreme. "You want to kill me? Is this all you've got? Could it be that the two of Yuanda and the shitty just now haven't warmed Feiyang and Shizun enough?" After shaking off the two, Lu Congzi flew back hundreds of feet. He looked at them coldly with a sneer on his face. Xiao's heart turned cold as he said, "Yuanda died an unnatural death. Although he deserved it, he was still on the same path as you. How could you just watch him die?" Lu Congzi didn't mind and said indifferently, "Life and death are determined by fate. He only has this level of strength, so this is his fate." "Nonsense," Xiao said angrily. "He died an unnatural death today because he colluded with you in your evil ways." Lu Congzi laughed and scolded, "Gu Feiyang, are you crazy? Yuan De was clearly killed by the two of you, yet you're blaming me for not saving him. Yun Xiao was taken aback. He stroked his chin and said, "Kill him because he deserves to die. It's immoral if you don't save him." "You're lying." Lu Zongzi shouted angrily and suddenly opened his hands. Countless golden lights flew around his fingertips and turned into countless sharp lights that shot toward him. Those sharp lights were silent and could only be caught by the eyes. When he used his divine sense to scan them, he felt nothing. Yun Xiao was taken aback. He could see that there were 30 to 60 flying nails in those sharp lights, and they were all flying toward him and Yu Shengfeng. To be able to directly conceal the fluctuations of elemental energy and achieve such noiselessness, it was definitely not an ordinary profound-level weapon. Yun Xiao did not dare to delay. He shone the mirror at the 18 flying nails in front of him. As soon as the mirror light flashed, the 18 flying nails in front of him were clearly seen, and their speed slowed down. Yun Xiao cast an incantation seal on the mirror, and the mirror light immediately turned and split into 18 beams in front of him, forcibly changing the direction of the flying nails and shooting them all to his side. What? The Great Sorrow Sunset Cloud Mirror. Lu Zongzi was stunned for a moment, and his face darkened. Yu Shengfeng waved his sword and slashed at the flying nails while shouting, "Shadowless demonic nail, it's useless against me." Bang! 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 The 18 long nails were all knocked away by the sword. Yu Shengfeng held his sword and sneered, "If you're only at this level, then I'm really disappointed." "I'll try not to disappoint you, master," Lu Zongzi said with a smile. He spread out his 10 fingers and formed a seal in front of him. Yu Shengfeng was just about to slash out with his sword when the scenery in front of him suddenly changed. A giant pillar appeared, followed by a second and a third. Soon, giant pillars surrounded him and trapped him inside. Yun Xiao was also deeply trapped in it. He put away the Great Sorrow Twilight Cloud Mirror, flew to Yu Shengfeng's side, and said, "A formation!" Yu Shengfeng's expression was dark. "These iron pillars are the 36 shadowless demonic nails. He didn't shoot them to attack us. He did it to form a formation." Yun Xiao felt the great pressure coming from the iron pillars and cried out in surprise, "What kind of formation is this?" "What a strong demonic qi," Yu Shengfeng said in a deep voice. "It's most likely related to demons. Let me see if I can break this formation." He raised his hand, and with a flash of green light, the small capital Heaven Dark Wheel Great Formation immediately flew out. Boom! With a huge tremble, one of the iron pillars was instantly cut off, and several other pillars were also cracked. "It doesn't seem that strong." Yu Shengfeng was overjoyed, but in an instant his smile froze. A large amount of demonic qi gushed out from the pillar that had been cut off. It kept churning in the air and condensed into a giant demon. Its upper body was thick and powerful, and its lower body was like a snake. 10-sided black flame fiend. Yun Xiao cried out, "It's a fiend." Although this brutal soul was different from the others he had seen before, he could basically tell that it was a brutal soul at first glance. The other pillars that had been cut apart trembled and soon tore open the cracks. The iron pillars were broken and the evil spirit climbed out. "There are a total of 36 pillars. There can't be 36 of them, right?" Yu Shengfeng's face was pale. "Hee, there are indeed 36 of them. Master's mathematics was not in vain." Lu Zongzi's voice was heard, and then a black light fell and stepped on the iron pillar that had been cut off. "This is the simplest 36 Tiangang formation. The only difference is that I've used fiendish souls to form this formation. I've never used it before. I've always wanted to find someone to test its power. Thank you, Master and Feiyang, for helping me today." He regained his calm and controlled appearance. He looked quiet with a kind gaze, but the corners of his mouth held a trace of a cold smile that seemed to control everything. Yun Xiao's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he said, 36 evil spirits and 36 divine transcendence experts. Buy-in. You motherfucker, are you kidding me? I'm the chief alchemist in the world, Lu Zongzi said with a smile. I never joke. Don't be discouraged, Yu Shengfeng said in a deep voice. Do you still remember the regicide? After being suppressed by the world power, its strength fell drastically. These 36 evil spirit fiends definitely don't have the power of a divine being. Master's analysis is reasonable. But do you know why I sealed them in the shadowless nails? Lu Zongzi laughed. Firstly, it's for better use and to be shot out as a hidden weapon. Secondly, these 30 to 60 shadowless nails are made of aquamarine Kirin gold. Both Yunxiao and Yu Shengfeng frowned. The aquamarine Kirin gold was indeed a rare and precious material, and its value was even higher than that of the northern heaven cold star iron. But they did not understand what it meant. Lu Zongzi looked at the two's puzzled expressions and said with a faint smile, "It seems that the two of you don't know much about crossing worlds. The grade of jade Qilin gold is extremely high. Although it's not a 10th grade material, it's still far superior to ordinary 9th grade materials, so the deeper the laws of heaven and earth it contains. It was used to seal the evil spirits in order to allow them to adapt to the suppression of the heavenly martial realm's realm power. It's the same logic as the regicide possessing Yuanda's body. These evil spirits have existed for a much longer time than the regicide." Yu Shengfeng snorted. "Are you trying to tell us that these evil spirits have adapted to the rules of the heavenly martial realm? That they are very powerful and awesome? That we are going to die for sure?" Lu Zongzi chuckled and nodded. "Shizhuan is wise. That's probably what I meant." "Get lost!" Yu Shengfeng shouted in anger. His dark will turned and a slash flew out. Swish! Lu Zongzi's figure was cut in half, but it was only an afterimage. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. In the next moment, Lu Zongzi's real body appeared on another iron pillar, and he kept making hand seals. A large number of formation patterns began to appear on the remaining iron pillars. Then, like an iron cage with its gates opened, ferocious beasts were released. The entire Heavenly Stars formation was completely shrouded in demonic qi, and a large number of fierce souls came out of the pillars. Yu Shengfeng approached Yunxiao and said in a low voice, "Do you have 36 divine transcendence experts in your saint weapon?" Yunxiao's face darkened as he asked, "What do you think?" Yu Shengfeng's sideburns were dripping with cold sweat as he said in embarrassment, "That's true. There might not even be a monastic robe in the entire realm of heavenly martial arts. However, these evil spirits might not have adapted to the realm power as my sinful disciple said. If they had completely adapted, they wouldn't need to be sealed in the aquamarine Kirin gold." "You're right," Yunxiao said, "but at least he has broken through the peak of martial arts. Can your fiend lock be of any use?" Yu Shengfeng smiled bitterly and said, "Since that rascal can come up with a solution, it's most likely that he won't be able to use it. However, we can still try. There are too many evil spirits. How should we fight them?" "You take on 18, Yunxiao said. "I'll take on 18. Yu Shengfeng's face was filled with black lines. "You're sending me to my death. How many people do you have in your saint artifact that can be of use?" Yunxiao thought quickly and asked, "How many can you deal with?" Yu Shengfeng muttered to himself for a moment before extending his hand. "These evil spirits shouldn't have the power of divine transcendence, but the difference shouldn't be too big. I can only hold back 8 at most." Yunxiao's face darkened as he said angrily, "8? You mean you want me to deal with 28 of them?" Yu Shengfeng wiped his sweat and stretched out 2 fingers. "I can add 2 more at most, no more." With his strength, it was already a bit difficult for him to deal with 8 of them. After all, they were all opponents of the 10 Directions divine realm. Although they were suppressed by the realm power, the Heavenly Stars formation was also formed by imitating the Heavenly Stars, so it had a certain amount of power of the realm. With one side losing and the other gaining, it was not much weaker than a true divine transcendence. Yunxiao's face was still very unsightly. In the divine realm tablet, only Chu Hongyan, Che Yu, Baiming Nan, Lingmu Di, the sky-patrolling bull, and the ministers could fight the evil spirits. These people could only deal with a dozen at most, and there was no way he could defeat the remaining 10. All the brutal souls came out of the iron pillars and stood in a certain order. Lu Zongzi grabbed with both hands, and several triangular flags of different colors appeared in front of him. They were the command flag. He chuckled and said, "Have the two of you finished discussing? I'm also looking forward to a miracle, because I'm tired of the feeling of having everything under control. Lingmu Di's words came from the Divine Realm Tablet. The 12 divine beings killing formation that you've used before can trap some of them. We'll come and help you after we've killed the others. That array is strong, Xianxia said in surprise. First of all, my mastery is limited, and second, it's impossible to trap more than a dozen divine transcendence experts, right? That's the only way now, Lingmu Di said. The key to victory is how many you can trap. Xianxia's palms were sweating as he rubbed his fists and said, I'll try. Try to trap as many as possible, Lingmu Di said. I think it's better to give you Shangfeng 8. If he collapses, we're finished too. All right, Xianxia nodded. Master Hu, he said in a deep voice. You should deal with 8 of them. Come and help me after you kill them. Yu Shangfeng stared blankly for a moment, then immediately rejoiced. Good! As long as you can resist the others. I'll solve it as soon as possible. Lu Zongzi laughed leisurely. Judging from the determination on your faces, you must have already discussed it. Then, let me have an eye-opener. Ha ha ha. His face was full of mockery, and his eyes were full of killing intent. In the entire realm of heavenly martial arts, no one could rival this heavenly stars formation. He stretched out his hand and pointed at the flags. As if they had all been activated, they shot out light. All the black flame fiends' eyes lit up as if they had suddenly been set on fire. Endless demonic chi surged up, and then their figures flashed and immediately rushed around the two. The brutal souls were so fast that the sky was filled with afterimages, as if countless brutal souls were spinning. Yu Shangfeng let out a loud shout and immediately transformed into 3 heads and 6 arms. He formed a hand seal with one hand, held the dark wheel in the other, grabbed Guchan in the other, grabbed the imperial carriage in the other, the Ma Liang divine brush in the other, and the devil essence lock in the last hand. As soon as the Dharma true body appeared, all kinds of profound level weapons were launched at the evil spirits. At the same time, the underworld will cut open a path and teleported 1,000 feet. It immediately attracted a group of fiends to chase after them. Divine Realm Tablet. Xianxia cried out as the Divine Realm Tablet flashed out of his glabella, shooting out a 5-colored light and countless golden runes dancing and spinning. Xianxia kept using the Great Realm Divine Technique, and the power of the world crushed them like a wheel, making the evil spirits not dare to approach, as if they were being suppressed. In an instant, the light of the Divine Realm Tablet shot out for hundreds of thousands of feet, illuminating the 36 iron pillars and the entire heavenly stars array. Xianxia was taken aback. Although the Divine Realm Tablet's power of the world was strong, it did not seem to be able to suppress the evil spirits. But under the light of the world, those evil spirits seemed to be greatly affected. They bared their teeth and showed their evil faces as they roared and pounced at him. Lu Zongzi, who was watching from afar, was also stunned for a moment. His pupils shrank and widened as if he could not believe it. Several beams of light rushed out of the Divine Realm Tablet. It was Chu Hongyan and the others who had appeared and attacked the fierce souls directly. After Lingmu Di appeared, his face revealed a rare joy. How could I have forgotten? This Divine Realm Tablet is a heavenly saint tool, an item that appeared with the opening of the heavenly martial realm. It contains the highest rules of realm power, and it directly produced realm power suppression on these demonic creatures. That's great. Xianxia was enlightened. We have a greater chance of winning. Divine Realm Tablet. That's the Divine Realm Tablet. Lu Zongzi suddenly screamed, and his eyes almost popped out. His hands clawed in the air as he roared. It's the Divine Realm Tablet. Your sacred weapon is the Divine Realm Tablet? How is that possible? Give it to me, give it to me. It should be mine. Xianxia was speechless and did not bother to pay attention to him. He waved his right hand, and 12 beams of light shot out. Boom! 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 Every ray of light that landed on the space made a loud noise and then grew to a height of 5 zhang, like a giant. Xianxia quickly performed incantation gestures with both hands, and the 12 puppets did the same, but they looked a little clumsy. One of the puppets was remarkably lifelike and exquisite, just like a living, beautiful man. The other 11 puppets were crudely made, like the work of a child. A puppet formation? Lu Zongzi came back to his senses after a short moment of losing his composure. Those puppets did not have a very strong aura. Other than the beautiful man, the rest of them gave him a sense of mediocrity, but his inner instinct made him vigilant. After seeing the Divine Realm tablet, Lu Zongzi's killing intent became even more determined. He also knew something about the Divine Realm tablet, so he was determined to get it. Under the intense desire, he became even calmer and more composed as he carefully observed the 12 puppets. He then grabbed a few triangular flags in front of him and waved them a few times. A brutal soul immediately flew out and attacked one of the puppets. Yunxiao performed an incantation gesture with both hands and sneered, "All of you, come in." He changed the hand seals in his hands, and the 12 puppets changed their hand seals at the same time. A barrier light suddenly opened up and enveloped everyone. It even extended into the distance and pulled Lu Zongzi into it. Lu Zongzi frowned slightly. He was bold because he was skilled. He didn't dodge or hide. He felt the change in the power of the barrier. It wasn't very strong. "Is this all you've got?" He sneered coldly. Although it was a sneer, he did not let down his guard. Because the puppet formation that could be used by Yunxiao at this time was by no means simple. However, he couldn't see through it, which made him even more vigilant. The brutal soul that was attacking the puppet clasped its hands together and attacked. Boom! The puppet made a hand seal, and a layer of protective white light appeared on its body. However, it was shattered by the fierce spirit's punch. Its 2 fists landed on its head, and countless cracks spread all over its body. "What?" Yunxiao was taken aback. "That's a swan eye." Lu Zongzi's pupils also shrank, and he looked stunned. Blood was seeping out of the cracks on the puppet's head and flowing down. "A living person?" he asked. Although Yunxiao was also surprised, he knew that it could not be a living person. The patterns on the puppet's body cracked continuously, revealing its jade-like skin. Whoosh! The puppet raised its hand, and a flash of lightning appeared. Its thumb and index finger joined together, and a formation appeared on its palm with lightning flashing within. Boom! A huge beam of light shot out from the puppet's palm and hit the fierce spirit, forcing it back a few hundred feet. The evil spirit roared again and again. Its body was covered in lightning, and most of its demonic chi was scattered. Cried out in pain. After the puppet's attack, it withdrew its hand and formed an incantation gesture in front of it, the cold light in its beautiful eyes fading. It was as if he had done nothing but stand there quietly, allowing time to flow. The blood on his forehead quickly formed a scab. All kinds of earth-shattering battles were going on in the array, so no one noticed the details of the puppet. Only Yunxiao and Lu Zongzi were frowning, shocked by the lifelike puppet. At the same time, Lu Zongzi's expression turned a little ugly. The strength of this puppet was far beyond his estimation, and the other 11 puppets were most likely not weak either. He made a hand seal and cast dozens of incantation seals at the same time. They hit the triangular flag in front of him, and the flag light rolled and shone. 11 evil spirits flew out of the field, including the one that had been injured earlier and was wrapped in demonic chi. They attacked the surrounding puppets like big flies. The pressure on Chu Hongyan and the others was immediately reduced. Chu Shangfeng had lured 8 away, the puppets had lured 12 away, and the remaining 16 were held back by them. For a moment, the battle was extremely fierce, and all kinds of terrifying impacts continued to burst out in all directions. But they were all suppressed by the formation and could not be broken. The Divine Realm tablet hung high in the air, and the power of the world enveloped the formation. All the demonic specters were suppressed by the endless power of the world, and they became restless. The 12 evil spirits attacked the puppets in a frenzy. All of the puppets' outer skins were broken, revealing their true appearances. It was only then that Yunxiao discovered that all of them were beautiful, and they were 6 men and 6 women, each with a vivid expression. Although the 12 puppets had withstood the attack, it was a one-on-one battle and they had not unleashed the power of the formation. Lu Zongzi had also noticed this. He could not see through the formation, and the quality of these puppets made him know that they were definitely extraordinary. It must be some great formation left behind from ancient times. If its power was really exerted, his evil spirits might not be enough. That was why he had ordered 12 evil spirits to be sent out to stall all 12 puppets. Xianxia pondered for a moment, then slowly cast an incantation seal and disappeared into the air. Soon after, thunder and wind came from the formation and it started to shake. The 12 puppets glowed with flowing light as a portion of their energy was drawn away by the formation. They condensed in the sky and turned into a huge blade that slashed down with dazzling light. The brutal soul in front of one of the puppets hurriedly turned its head and roared as it threw a punch. Boom! The blade light stabbed into the demonic chi, and the evil spirit's chest was immediately penetrated. It exploded into countless demonic spirits, which scattered in all directions with a shwa 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 sound. Lu Zongzi was greatly shocked. Although this was the first evil spirit to be destroyed, it didn't seem to be a good sign. After the huge blade killed the evil spirit, it did not die. The puppet made a hand seal with both hands and a huge hand appeared on the handle of the sword. Power was constantly transmitted from the array and slowly condensed into a stalwart body with an unclear appearance. That majestic body grabbed the light blade and stood in front of the puppet. It was as if the puppet had used the giant spirit divine ability. Sensing the surging power coming from the giant spirit, Lu Zongzi's face turned ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, "What kind of formation is this?" "Humph." Xianxia snorted coldly and said, "The array that will take your life." The moment the giant spirit appeared, his confidence was instantly boosted. The so-called 12 divine beings did not refer to these 12 puppets, but the divine beings condensed by the 12 puppets formation. Although it was his first time seeing it, he was sure that it was the giant spirit in front of him. He could kill fierce souls with one saber move. If he condensed 12 fierce souls, he could even kill Lu Zongzi, let alone the 36 fierce souls. All kinds of incantation seals flew into the array and disappeared in a flash. Xianxia was full of excitement. The thought of the scene was spectacular, but the array was dazed for a moment, and the incantation seals all dissipated, but they had no effect. What? Xianxia was taken aback, not understanding what the problem was. Lu Zongzi saw all his movements and immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He shouted, "I'll kill you first." He no longer had the time to command the fiend and let them fight on their own. In a flash, he disappeared from behind the triangular flags and reappeared in front of Xianxia. His right hand clenched into a fist, while his left hand gently caressed the area in front of him. A dazzling golden light emerged from his palm and turned into a golden mace, with 12 segments in total, each of which was covered with hundreds of runes. Then, it was thrown at Xianxiao's head. Xianxia was taken aback. Under the strike of the truncheon, all the laws in the surroundings were shattered, as if the world had collapsed, and he could only be destroyed with it. "Impossible!" He roared in anger and raised his hand. A flash of lightning appeared, and the heavenly hammer appeared in his hand. It flickered with dense purple light as it smashed towards the golden flame. Boom! The two profound level weapons clashed against each other and the purple and gold devoured each other before exploding. Boom! Under the second impact, Xianxia was knocked back thousands of feet and coughed up a mouthful of blood. He looked up in horror and saw Lu Zongzi staring at him with a murderous look and a mocking look. One of Xianxiao's arms was covered in lightning, with electric arcs jumping and crackling. The hand holding the hammer was trembling as it slowly recovered from the numbness. "You have the Divine Realm Tablet, refined the Purple Thunder, and have the help of countless experts. You also have such a terrifying puppet formation. You are indeed worthy of being someone I value. Today I will kill you personally. You will die a worthy death." With an arrogant look, Lu Zongzi walked over with the golden mace in his hand. Each move was extremely slow, but it was fused with the power of rules, which shook Xianxiao's heart and made his blood and qi boil, unable to calm down. It was as if a huge pot had been placed in his body, constantly boiling and steaming his internal organs. It was extremely uncomfortable. His chest was so tight that it felt like it was about to explode, but the space was sealed, so he couldn't shout. Yunxiao's face turned red as he performed an incantation gesture with both hands and opened his mouth. A sound wave broke through the suppression and rushed out. Dragon roars the 9 heavens. A dragon's roar seemed to take form and rush into the boundless sky, shattering the frequency of heaven and earth that Lu Congzi had adjusted. Yunxiao immediately felt his body relax, and the boiling feeling in his body disappeared in an instant. He could not help but cough up blood again, but he did not dare to stay any longer. The moment he broke the seal, he disappeared with a flash of lightning. In the next moment, he appeared beside the fiendish god giant spirit and stood with the puppet, staring at Lu Congzi vigilantly. At this moment, all kinds of fighting were in full swing. Lu Congzi's face was gloomy. He teleported to Chu Hongyan's side and hit her with his golden mace. But he glanced at Yunxiao from the corner of his eyes and said sarcastically, "I told you to hide, so I'll kill the people around you one by one. Let's see if you still want to hide." Chu Hongyan had killed 2 evil spirits and was fighting with the other evil spirits. She suddenly felt an extreme danger and a chill ran down her spine. In his confusion, he was almost hit by the fiend, and Lu Congzi's golden jian also came. Despicable! Yunxiao arrived in an instant, his face filled with anger as he slashed his sword at the golden rapier. With a bang, it stirred up countless beams of light that devoured both of them at the same time. Chu Hongyan screamed and rushed into the light. As soon as she got close, she felt a burning sensation. Her skin was in pain and began to be carbonized. She was so shocked that she stepped back and didn't dare to get any closer. Inside the light was a huge lotus flower that formed a world of its own. Only Yunxiao and Lu Congzi were being roasted by the ice fiend heart flame. Sword Death's red slash and the golden jian clashed together, unable to be separated. However, the hundreds of runes on the golden jian all flew out and surrounded the banner, fighting against the ice fiend heart flame. However, they were getting weaker and weaker, clearly no match for it. Although the ice fiend heart flame was released by Yunxiao, it was burning more and more fiercely at the moment. Evil souls were being killed outside, turning into countless fiends that flew in the air and exploded when they touched the ice fiend heart flame, making the fire burn even stronger like fuel. Lu Congzi's expression changed, and he said sternly, "Gu Feiyang, once this ice fiend heart flame burns a large area, the consequences will be unimaginable. Don't think that you'll be fine just because you have the rainbow demonic sword. You'll also burn yourself when you play with fire." "Oh?" Yunxiao grinned hideously. "Was the chief scared too? This ice fiend heart flame didn't have any effect on you, so I thought you weren't afraid. It turns out that the fire wasn't big enough." Lu Congzi glanced at the sword truncheon. Those runes could no longer resist the power of the heart flame, and it would break soon. At that time, even the golden truncheon would melt. He said angrily, "The ice fiend heart flame can burn everything, but my resistance to this heart flame is definitely above yours. If you really want to hurt me, you'll definitely be the first to die." "So what if I die?" Yunxiao sneered. "It's worth it to die with the top alchemist in the world." Not only did he not hold back, but he also poured more demonic qi into the sword. The flame's luster seemed to become more transparent, almost losing his control. It continued to devour the surrounding demonic qi to strengthen itself. He was naturally unwilling to die with Lu Congzi, but he didn't believe that Lu Congzi had no choice. Outside the light, as the ice fiend heart flame continued to expand, the fierce souls all fled in fear and swarmed in all directions, causing the originally intense battlefield to become chaotic. Many demonic fiends were screaming and running around. They were either killed by Chu Hongyan or swallowed by the heart flame. Flying! Chu Hongyan was shocked. The ice fiend heart flame had also devoured the divine sense, so she could not detect the situation inside. Lingmu Di said in a deep voice, "Don't be distracted. The divine realm tablet's light hasn't diminished. He's obviously fine. Focus on killing the enemy." Only then did Chu Hongyan react. She looked at the divine realm tablet in the air. The power of the world was not reduced. It was like the sun shining down, giving people a warm feeling. She hurriedly turned around and pulled out her sword. With a face full of anger and coldness, she once again charged at the evil spirits. In the raging fire, flames kept rising from Yunxiao and Lu Congzi's bodies, burning their bodies. But Yunxiao clearly had the upper hand, while Lu Congzi was gradually weakening, and he felt that he could not hold on any longer. "You don't have the qualifications to die with me. Damn it," Lu Congzi shouted angrily. He finally did not dare to resist the heart flame. The protective light of the sword mace had been burned out, and a low humming sound came from the sword mace. Suddenly, Yunxiao's heart trembled as a bad feeling welled up in his heart. Lu Congzi's face seemed to have changed and was constantly stiffening. His skin color formed an earth-like shell with one side white and the other black, like a Tai Chi fish mask covering his face, leaving only two unchanged eyes. Yunxiao's pupils constricted as he looked at it with his mystic spirit eyes. It was indeed a mask, exuding a power that made his heart palpitate, and the black and white colors of the Tai Chi fish seemed to be spinning. He felt dizzy, as if his soul was captured by the mask with just one look. Not only that, but the mask also gave him a very familiar feeling. The surroundings spread out around Lu Congzi, and the golden light on the golden jian shone brightly again. "This is a Kasaya." Yunxiao was shocked, but he immediately understood why the man was not afraid of the ice fiend heart flame, and why the mask was made of the two rainbow stones. "Since you already know, there's no chance of you surviving." Lu Congzi's eyes turned cold, and his golden hairpin turned into a golden light as he struck down. Yunxiao hurriedly recited the Great Expansion divine technique to dispel the trance in his mind. Not daring to look at the rainbow stone mask again, he raised his sword and blocked in front of him. Bang! A huge beam of light spread out, and Zhan Hong was pressed against his chest. A vast force hit Yunxiao, and even though he had a strong physical body, he could not help but cough up blood and be sent flying. What's going on? His mind was filled with horror. After Lu Congzi put on the mask, his strength seemed to have increased several times, and he was completely unable to resist it. As he was sent flying, the surrounding flames started to weaken. Suddenly, a silver ray swept across the sky, as if it was riding the wind and breaking the waves, and all the sea of fire was cut open. As soon as Yunxiao steadied himself, his face turned pale with fright. Under the silver light was another long truncheon, which was covered in silver light and looked exactly the same as the golden one, but in a different color. Two words suddenly flashed through his mind, and he exclaimed, "Emperor Slaughter, sure." However, there was no time to think. The silver jian set off a huge wave as it struck down from the sky. The entire capital heaven divine demon formation trembled, as if it was going to shatter the world. Yunxiao quickly performed incantation gestures with both hands, sending several incantation seals into the void. A beam of spirit light came from behind and blocked Yunxiao's way. It was the demonic spirit. The formation light that filled the sky surged like waves, and a large amount of spirit energy fell and poured into the demonic spirit's body. The huge blade of light was raised, and it was dazzling. It was like the sun shining on it, and it clashed with the silver light. The giant spirit slashed out with its saber, directly splitting the sky and striking the silver world destroyers, sending out endless light waves that spread in all directions. Lu Congzi was shocked and furious. He felt a trace of fear for the power of this fiendish giant spirit. He teleported in the air and caught the silver jian that had been shaken off. He flew down and raised both of the silver jian high up to strike. A golden and a silver ray of light descended from the clouds like a rainbow. Boom! The giant spirit raised its saber to resist again. The blade finally shattered and turned into countless pure forces that returned to the array. The giant spirit's body was suppressed by the power of the two truncheons and split open like a mountain. In the end, it no longer existed with a bang. Yunxiao's eyes were like torches as he saw the puppet suddenly tremble and let out a faint cracking sound, while unnoticeable cracks appeared on its body. He was extremely anxious and tried to recall everything about the puppeteering technique in his mind, continuously casting all kinds of spiritual arts into the formation. The formation light flashed in the void, and a giant spirit slowly formed in front of another puppet. It was different from the previous one, but it was just as mighty. It held a light sword and stood there like a guardian. What? Everyone was shocked, not understanding what was going on with this formation. Xianxia was even more stunned. The incantation seal he used was no different from before, but he could not condense two giant spirits at the same time. Otherwise, when the 12 fiend gods appeared at the same time, even two more Lu Zongzi would die. However, if one died and another appeared, that would be good too. Xianxia touched his chin and fell into deep thought. But there must be some key points that he had not grasped, and he could not figure them out no matter how hard he racked his brain. The most depressed and angry one was Lu Zongzi. These fiendish spirits were extremely powerful, and if they kept appearing, he would definitely lose. He pointed forward with 2 fingers, and those triangular command flags immediately flew up, turning into rolling devil clouds that connected together, covering the sky and blocking the world power of the Divine Realm tablet. What? Xianxia was taken aback. The array power on the demonic clouds surged and condensed the heavenly spirit's corresponding power, which had completely isolated the Divine Realm tablet. Without the suppression of the world's power, the evil spirits instantly became violent and their strength rose. "Hurry up and disperse the demonic clouds," Ling Mudi exclaimed. The Divine Realm tablet was too crucial in this battle. If they couldn't suppress these evil spirits and break through to the level of divine transcendence one by one, they would all be in danger. Among the few people who had come to fight, Ling Mudi, Bei Fengnan, the Sky Patrolling Bull, and the Astral Wind Crocodile were still in good condition. After all, they were almost immortal. However, the ministers Chu Hongyan, and especially Yu Shengfeng, were already covered in injuries and could not hold on alone. Yu Shengfeng had fought 8 vicious souls alone and had already killed half of them. However, he was still heavily injured and was bathed in blood. At this moment, the demonic clouds covered the sky, and the remaining evil spirits were all freed from the suppression of the world power. Their strength instantly skyrocketed, and they directly hit the few of them until they spat out blood. Xianxia was also very anxious. He did not have the time to control the divine being's killing formation as dozens of Maha-ancient characters flew out of his palm. The Divine Realm tablet in the sky shone even brighter and turned into an immortal monument. It fell down like a mountain, trying to penetrate the demonic clouds. Suddenly, a beam of silver light shot toward him. It was the Silver Swordbreaker. Under its unparalleled power, the space was crushed, and Xianxia could only hear the explosions in his ears, almost losing his hearing. The rest of the people were also shocked by Lu Zongzi's attack. They had never seen his power after he wore the mask. Xianxia could not care less. He threw out the Tusada Heavenly Peak, which transformed into a giant mountain in front of him. Boom! The silver Jian struck the mountain, sending 6 colored rays of light into the air. The mountain rumbled as it spun downward, distorting the space within the formation and destroying the formation power of the entire Capital Heaven Divine Evil formation. The 12 puppets seemed to have sensed something, and golden light flew out of their bodies. Even the puppet with the crack was still moving. The golden light poured into the boundary of the array and restored the space crushed by the Tusada Sky Peak. The giant spirit seemed to have locked onto its target, and it raised its big sword to slash at Lu Zongzi. Bang! D2, the Golden Flame Emperor, struck out a dense golden light and shattered the sword force. At the same time, Lu Zongzi made a hand seal, and the silver mace flew up and hit the giant spirit. Xianxia was anxious. He saw that their injuries were getting worse, especially the guest, who was the weakest and kept vomiting blood. If not for his unparalleled divine body, he would have died a long time ago. With that thought in mind, he immediately executed his demonic technique. The true fiend Dharma image rose into the clouds and grabbed at the demonic clouds with a roar, wanting to tear them apart. Lu Zongzi stopped fighting with the fiendish god and giant spirit. He turned around and left, striking the true fiend Dharma idol with his 2 truncheons. As long as the demonic clouds covered the sky and blocked the suppression of the realm power, it was only a matter of time before he won. Xiao's pupils constricted as he performed an incantation gesture with both hands. The true devil also manifested 3 heads and 6 arms, and as he performed the incantation gesture, demonic energy rolled and filled the sky. The 3 Dharma forms had different expressions on their faces, but they all glared at him with either killing intent or a cold smile, following which the sky trembled violently as he stretched out his 6 arms. A weapon fell from the sky and was caught in his hands. Knife, sword, dagger, shield, book, lock dagger. The Dharma was solemn, and a sacred and vast power spread out. The entire world seemed to have stopped for a moment. Even Xiao's heart trembled, as if he had sensed something. His body could not help but tremble, and large beads of cold sweat rolled down his face. Gulp! Lu Congzi's face turned pale, and he swallowed hard. He felt that his throat was dry and burning. Although the 6 weapons were only illusionary, they carried a boundless level pressure, as if the power of an entire world was intimidating the demons. Yu Shengfeng also felt the extraordinary power and his body trembled. The evil spirits that were attacking him all stopped and looked up in horror, as if they were about to kneel down and worship him. 6 paths demonic weapon Swan and I. Yu Shengfeng caught his breath and looked up at the sky in shock. The true fiend Dharma idol had 3 heads and 6 arms, and it was once again displaying the majesty of a demon master. Both he and Xiao had seized the Devil Lord's devil essence, so their sense of the 6 paths demonic weapons became stronger. The blood in their bodies was surging with power, and in a pleasant surprise, they quickly performed incantation gestures to absorb the surrounding demonic energy, healing their injured bodies at an amazing speed. Xiao changed the incantation gesture in his hand and gave a loud cry. The true fiend Dharma idol immediately came to a stop, and 5 of the weapons slowly disappeared, leaving only a big black chain in his hand. It was as black as blood, and it looked like it could take one's life. A unique skill inexplicably flashed through Xiao's mind, and an image of a dark iron chain sealing the sky and earth seemed to emerge. Yu Shengfeng's heart trembled as well. He and Xiao sensed it at the same time, and the two exchanged a glance before they immediately understood. The appearance of the 6 paths demonic weapon brought back the memory of the demonic qi in their bodies. Pa! Xiao performed an incantation gesture with both hands, and his body was immediately covered with demonic runes, while countless runes filled the area 30 feet around him and transformed in the air. The black iron chain in the true fiend Dharma idol's hand was clattering and spinning like a nebula. All the demonic qi in the universe could sense it and rushed into the iron chain crazily. The evil spirits all wailed and cried. Their bodies were constantly being torn apart, and countless demonic specters flew out. Lu Congzi's expression changed drastically. He felt the demonic qi in his body stirring and about to be absorbed by the iron chain. The silver swordbreaker stopped a few hundred feet away from the true fiend Dharma idol. The golden phoenix, the arch-butcher in his hand, also let out a low groan as if it was being suppressed. Not only inside the 12 divine beings killing formation, but outside the formation, there was also a faint nebula rotating. On the boundary wall of the demon world not far away, demonic vitality broke through the wall like a dragon and poured into the formation. The human faces on the regional walls also revealed fear and let out low wails. It was as if they were terrified. Bo Yuqing, who was at the entrance of the passage, was frightened and didn't know what was happening. Xiao's face turned livid. The power of the 6 paths demonic weapon this time was extraordinary, completely beyond his expectation and understanding. Almost all the demonic energy in the surrounding space was absorbed. Perhaps it had sensed the existence of the devil world, or perhaps it had absorbed enough devil essence. The black iron chain let out a cheerful cry, and there seemed to be a faint chuckle. Xiao knew that he had reached his limit. Although the iron chain was still absorbing power, he would completely lose control if he continued to do so. He was afraid that he would not be able to save his life if he used this move. He immediately made a hand seal to cut off the suction force of the iron chain and immediately displayed the move in his mind. As Fansha, 3,000 worlds, the star cloud chain moved, and only a clattering sound could be heard in the sky. Along with the movement of the chain, There were countless wind and thunder, as if 10,000 thunderbolts were coming, as if they were going to destroy the world. The entire formation turned dark, and the dark clouds formed by the Tiangang flags scattered with a shake. The divine realm tablet seemed to sense it and also emitted a strong light to resist the demonic power. The entire steel was like a lighthouse, standing tall and unmoving. No matter how the devil essence rolled, it still shone through the past and present. However, outside the divine realm tablet, all the forces became extremely small and were all annihilated in the demonic chi. The speed of the metal chain grew faster and faster, and then it shot through the air like an arrow. Wherever it passed, it turned into nothingness. A large number of fiendish demons and evil spirits were shattered by the power of the metal chain, and the world fell apart. The 12 puppets stood there quietly as well. They had lost all of their vitality, and the formation light had also been scattered. The only fiendish god turned into a faint light, like a layer of mist covering the puppet's body to resist the pressure. Lingmu Di and the others had already gathered together. They each displayed their defensive skills and formed a barrier to take care of each other. The one furthest away from the true fiend Dharma idol was Bo Yuqing. Not only was he a Xianxia, the power of the 3,000 worlds made him surge violently, but the power that flowed out of the demonic realm's boundary wall was also like a roaring river that kept rushing into the iron chain. Along with the demonic chi that surged out of the regional wall, there were also countless demonic fiends and even fierce soul fiends that were being drawn out. Bo Yuqing was almost scared silly. He suddenly came back to his senses and immediately retreated to avoid being affected. At this moment, everyone in the 3,000 worlds was suffering. Even Yun Xiao felt that all the strength in his body had been drained, and he gradually lost control of the true fiend Dharma idol. As the vortex grew larger and larger, he was about to be swallowed up. Stop! Stop! Lingmu Di's shouts came continuously. He wanted to stop as well, but his power was weakening while the true fiend Dharma idol's power was still increasing. It was as if it was continuously being replenished, and he had completely lost control. Suddenly, the divine realm tablet seemed to light up, and the entire cleft space twisted with the flickering light. As Xianxia's power of 3,000 worlds seemed to be blocked. The power on the demonic world's boundary wall seemed to have been cut off by a knife, and it instantly returned to normal. At the same time, a vast power gushed out of the divine realm tablet and finally fell from the sky, crushing everything. It was like a sharp sword that had stabbed into the heart of the chain nebula. Boom, boom, boom. The wind and thunder became even more violent, and it seemed as if Xianxia had been hit by an attack. He kept swaying up and down, and countless runes rippled out and disappeared into the sky. Everyone vomited blood under the shock, and Yun Xiao was not among them. The fiend energy in his body had long been exhausted, and only his body's glass divine light and indestructible golden body were left, which had been torn apart and turned into a bloody man. Fortunately, after the divine realm tablet took effect, as Xianxia's power began to decrease, and the storm gradually subsided, the true fiend Dharma idol also slowly faded in the air and disappeared along with Ahe Xianxia. Lu Zongzi had been standing in the air the whole time without moving, and the two truncheons in his hands had completely lost their luster. However, the strange Tai Chi fish mask still had a light that could absorb one's soul. Yun Xiao's pupils constricted as he exchanged a glance with him. Without any defense, he immediately saw through the other's state. The message revealed in Lu Zongzi's eyes was that he must have suffered a serious injury. After being seen through by Yun Xiao, his eyes immediately turned sharp, and the divine light that he had not concealed before was completely gone. Let's go! Yun Xiao gave a loud cry, and the little bit of energy he had accumulated in his body flowed through his meridians like sweet dew, washing his whole body. With this last bit of power, he made a hand seal in the air and put away the divine realm tablet, Tusada Heavenly Peak, and 6 Ding and 6 Jia. Lingmu Di and the others also came to their senses instantly. Although everyone was seriously injured, they had lost the ability to fight again. This was the Sea of Soul Formation Lu Zongzi's base camp. Staying here would only lead to death. At Yun Xiao's command, everyone flew toward the tunnel. Among them, The guests were severely injured and were lying on the patrolling bulldog. Lu Congzi's eyes were burning with anger, but he had also been severely injured by the 3,000 worlds. He spat out a mouthful of blood, which flowed down the sides of the mask. Moreover, the mask had forcefully increased his strength, and there were obviously quite a few side effects. He let out a blood-curdling screech, threw away his 2 maces, and held his head in his hands. Only when the mask disappeared did he recover a little, and he watched Xianxia and the others leave in anger. Today's battle had given him a lot of shock and fear. If he let them escape, they would definitely become a disaster and it would be difficult to kill them. Stop them! Quickly stop them! Lu Congzi roared as he stared at the passage where Bo Yuqing was standing. The faces of Yu Shangfeng, Xianxia, and the others changed drastically. Bo Yuqing was unscathed, a peak divine transcendence expert. He slowly pulled out his sword and blocked the passage. Yu Qing, Yu Shangfeng said in a deep voice. The master and disciple looked at each other, and it seemed like 100 years had passed. The past churned in each other's minds, and scenes flashed before their eyes. Swish! The shadow of the sword flashed and pointed straight at Chu Shengfeng's throat. Bo Yuqing's hand trembled slightly and stopped in the air. Yu Shengfeng looked at the sword and said, "You've indeed walked your own path. I can't feel any elemental energy fluctuations from your sword. Emotions can't affect your temperament anymore. Right now, you're as cold as a piece of agarine." Bo Yuqing finally couldn't hold back his emotions and said in a trembling voice, "If we had to choose again in this life, would we still be where we are now? I already know I was wrong, so I naturally won't." Yu Shengfeng sighed. Swish! The sword slashed across Chu Shengfeng's throat, bringing with it a little blood, but it only pierced the skin. "You can leave." Bo Yuqing's face was livid. The veins on his neck tensed up, clearly struggling in his heart. "You can't." "Kill them!" Lu Congzi roared. "Kill them!" In his anger, he spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood. Bo Yuqing's expression didn't change as he said indifferently, "You can't order me around. I will only walk my own path." A complicated expression flashed through Yu Shengfeng's eyes. "Thank you. From now on, take care of yourself." Xianxia and the others flew into the passage. Yu Shengfeng patted Bo Yuqing's shoulder and also stepped into the passage. Suddenly, there was the sound of a sword cutting through the air, followed by a spray of blood. Xianxia and the others trembled and turned around. Chu Shengfeng's chest had been pierced through from the back by the sword. Blood flowed down the blade and dripped from the tip. Yu Shengfeng was stunned for a moment. He lowered his head to look at the sword and tried his best to turn his head back, saying, "For what?" Large beads of sweat rolled down Bo Yuqing's face, his eyes bursting with a sharp light as he said coldly, "Because I can never choose again in this life." The entire crack was dead silent. Even Lu Congzi was stunned, and then he couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha! There was only his maniacal laughter in the passage. It seemed carefree, sarcastic, and helpless. Ha 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 ha! Yu Shengfeng suddenly laughed out loud. He made a grabbing motion with his right hand, and the ancient dust sword appeared in his hand. That sword was as simple as dust and had experienced countless years. "You're my disciple after all. This ancient dust sword is an inheritance from a family. I'll pass it to you today." Ha 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 ha! Yu Shengfeng's hand slowly let go of the huge sword and laughed towards the sky. There were tears in his eyes, and they fell down. Bo Yuqing's hand trembled for a moment before returning to normal. "After this strike, all grudges between you and me will be resolved, and I will no longer be your disciple. You can take back this sword." Yu Shengfeng's laughter stopped. He jerked his body and broke the sword in his chest. He turned around and swung his sword. Bo Yuqing was shocked and was about to defend when he saw that Hu Shengfeng had already closed in, grabbing his hand and stuffing the hilt of the sword into his hand. "You've always been my outstanding disciple. I, Chu Shengfeng, have never been able to achieve what I've always wanted, but I've cultivated 2 such outstanding disciples. I can die without regrets, and it's enough to be gratified." A smile appeared on his face, but blood kept flowing from the corner of his mouth. Although he had finally stepped into the upper-class sacred body, he had welcomed the end of his life. His physical body had already been damaged in the battle just now, and now that his heart was pierced by Bo Yuqing, all his functions had begun to collapse, and he was powerless to turn the situation around. I'm going to die in the end. What's the point of my life? There was a trace of confusion in his eyes. His gaze fell on his two disciples, and finally he looked at Lu Zongzi. Lu Zongzi frowned. Master, don't worry. I don't have anything to say to you. You don't have to look at me. Yu Shengfeng bitterly smiled and nodded. You are the person I fear the most, but at this moment, you are the person I am most at ease with. I believe that you will take good care of yourself and your junior brother. I will. Lu Zongzi flicked his sleeve and said. Yu Shengfeng sighed. I owe you this life. If there is a next life, I hope we can meet again. We'll meet again when we meet again. Don't worry, Master, Lu Zongzi said, a little moved. Yu Shengfeng revealed a smile that had never been so pleasant and relaxed. Although his body was destroyed and his heart was pierced, he would not die in a short time. He would only be left with more pain. It was better to get the pain over with. He jerked with force and cut off his own heart meridian. His body finally slowly fell down, his entire body pouncing onto Bo Yuqing's shoulder. Bo Yuqing tried his best to open his eyes wide, not wanting to let the hot tears fall. But no matter how sore his eyes were, the tears still flowed down his cheeks and dripped on Yu Shengfeng's body. Yun Xiao and the others saw all this clearly, and they were all silent. Yun Xiao bowed slightly to bid farewell to Chu Shengfeng's body, as if he was giving the last respect to the former chief of the Sea of Soul Formation, a world-famous expert, or bidding farewell to his former life and death comrade. Chu Hongyan and the others also nodded slightly and bowed in the air. Let's go, he said. Yun Xiao sighed, then turned around and left with the others. Stop them! Lu Zongzi roared in shock and anger. Stop them! Bo Yuqing was unmoved. He just stood there quietly, allowing Nie Shengfeng to lean on him, the master who had once made him tremble in fear. The ancient dust greatsword had no temperature. It was hard to hold in one's hand, simple and ancient, passed down from generation to generation. Lu Zongzi watched Yun Xiao and the others leave, and his anger gradually subsided. Since the matter had already come to this, it was difficult to make up for it. Regret and anger were of no use, so he could only plan for the long term. He looked back at the boundary wall of the devil world, and his eyes could not help but light up. The faces imprinted on the boundary wall were more prominent than before, and many of them had become clearer. Ha ha ha! It's a blessing in disguise. Lu Zongzi laughed as he looked at the regional wall and said, as long as these demon lords can break out of the wall, Gu Feiyang, no matter where you run to, you won't be able to escape from my palm. Bo Yuqing was a little upset. He picked up Shi Shengfeng's body and walked out. Where are you going? Lu Zongzi asked with a frown. Find a place to bury Master, Bo Yuqing said. After all, he was once the Sea of Soul Formation chief, and he's also our master. Oh, then you go. There's still a piece of agarine in his body. Don't forget to take it out. Lu Zongzi waved his hand and said. Bo Yuqing's body trembled slightly. Without even turning his head, he carried Yu Shengfeng's body and disappeared into the passage. Yun Xiao and the others came out of the ancient devil's well. Although they were badly injured and their energy fluctuations were very chaotic, the guards did not dare to stop them. They just watched in horror, not knowing what was going on. Where are we going now? Chu Hongyan asked. I don't know. Yun Xiao shook his head. Let's leave the Sea of Soul Formation first. Chu Hongyan said, the world is vast, but we have completely offended the Sea of Soul Formation. Although it's not that we have no place to stay, I'm afraid we'll be in big trouble. Why don't you come with me to Shenshao Palace and hide for a while? We'll wait for the opening of the eternal world. All right. Yun Xiao thought for a moment and said, let's go to the Divine Firmament Palace first. Everyone entered the Divine Realm Tablet and began to heal their wounds. Yun Xiao soon flew to the teleportation area, ready to activate the array to the north. As Shenshao Palace had been sealed off for many years, The teleportation formation had also been sealed for a long time. It had not been reconnected with the rest of the mainland, so he could only choose the nearest teleportation point. The man in charge recognized Xianxia. Although he had some doubts in his heart, he immediately did as he was told after the honorary elder took out his token. "Ah, it's you. Don't go." Suddenly, an angry roar was heard and a ray of light flew down. Xianxia was taken aback. How could they be so fast that they had already given the order to pursue them? It was only when the figure showed up that it was Elder Zirwei. At the sight of Xianxia, he pounced at him as if he had a blood feud with him and tried to strangle him. So it's Elder Zirwei. Although he had run out of strength, it was still a piece of cake for him to deal with an elder of alchemy. He pushed Zirwei away. "You, quickly show me the notes of the enlightened puppet." Zirwei could not care less about his notes being cheated and his mind-refined puppet being stolen. When he saw Xianxia, he was reminded of the puppet master's notes. Xianxia smiled. "What a coincidence. I don't have the notebook with me, but I'm going to get it now. Why don't you come with me, Elder Zirwei?" Zirwei was stunned and revealed a suspicious expression. "You're not lying to me?" Xianxia's smile faded as he said coldly, "It's up to you to go or not." The teleportation formation had been activated. He walked straight to the center. "Wait for me." Zirwei was anxious, fearing that Xianxia would leave if the array was triggered, and that he might never see him again in his life. So he teleported over. The teleportation formation was activated very quickly, and the two of them gradually disappeared into the formation light. After the battle at the passage of the Ancient Devil's Well, Lu Zongzi did not make a big deal out of it, nor did he put Xianxia on the wanted list. He did not even take back Xianxia's identity as an honorary elder of the Sea of Soul formation, as if nothing had happened. The only change was that Bo Yuqing became the vice president, and Grand Elder Yu Shengfeng never appeared again. However, no one had too many doubts. After all, the Sea of Soul formation was a relatively loose organization. Everyone was busy with their own things every day. Many elders were in seclusion for research and cultivation. It was normal to not see each other for decades. Therefore, there was no change in the Sea of Soul formation and it was still operating as usual. Xianxia and Zirwei were soon teleported to a small city in the northern region. With his speed, it would only take him a few hours to fly there as long as he recovered his strength. "Quick! Go get the notes." The moment he appeared in the city, Zirwei couldn't wait. Xianxia took out Mu Chen's notes and handed them to him, saying, "Elder Zirwei, take a look first." Zirwei excitedly took it with both hands and placed it on his forehead with trembling hands. He slowly scanned it with his spiritual sense. Hey, don't block the way, quickly move." The two of them were still in the teleportation zone of the small city. The people in charge of the area around them suddenly became angry and shouted at them. Normally, a high and mighty Sea of Soul formation elder like Zirwei would probably go crazy and kill someone on the spot. But this time, there was no reaction. It was as if all of his attention was focused on the jade slip. When Xianxia saw that the person in charge was about to rush over and kill him, he took Zirwei's hand and walked to the side, heading toward the city. Behind them, the person in charge mumbled in dissatisfaction. "Where did these two idiots come from? I can tell they're idiots with one look. Fortunately, we left quickly. Otherwise, I'd blow up their balls with one punch." The voice naturally reached Yunxiao's ears, but Zirwei was engrossed in reading the jade slip and did not hear it. "Yunxiao." He shook his head speechlessly and continued to lead Zirwei in the direction of Xinxiao Palace. Several hours later, the two of them arrived at the mountain gate of the Divine Cloud Palace. Chu Hongyan came out of the Divine Realm tablet and led them forward. Zirwei had already finished reading the Jade Scroll and was deep in thought. He only knew to follow and didn't even notice that there was an extra person. It was only when he reached the Snowfall Peak that he came back to his senses and said in a daze, Where is this?" Chu Hongyan was also speechless at this kind of person. She shook her head and said to Yunxiao, "I'll go take care of some matters first. I need to discuss the recent events with the elders of the palace. You and Elder Zirwei can stay in the side hall for now." Immediately, a few female disciples came forward to lead the way. They had all seen Xiao before and knew his identity, so they were both surprised, scared, and happy. With their heads lowered and faces flushed, they stood nervously in front of the two and said, "Please follow us." Xiao briefly explained to Zirwei, and Zirwei's mouth immediately fell open in shock. "As Divine Cloud Palace? Didn't Xianxia Palace not allow men to enter? What's going on?" Xiao smiled and said, "It's a complicated matter. Elder Zirwei, please don't delve into it. Let's find a place to study the art of puppetry. I promise you that your trip will not be in vain." Zirwei muttered to himself, "I've read the notes. Although there's very little recorded, it's quite enlightening. I'm about to go back to the Sea of Soul Formation to verify it. What qualifications do you have to discuss puppetry with me? Right. Give me the refined heart puppet." A fierce look appeared on his face as he stepped forward and grabbed Xiao's arm, glaring at him fiercely. Xiao looked at him coldly and pushed him away with a wave of his hand as he said, "I'll show you something. If you're willing to stay, then come. If you're not, then leave by yourself. I'm too lazy to send you off." Xiao raised his hand, and 6 Ding and 6 Jia immediately appeared in the air, but he put them away after a flash. However, Zirwei's eyesight was enough for him to see them. "That's Luo, that's Luo." Zirwei sucked in a cold breath. His entire face changed as he exclaimed, "The complete heart-refining puppet formation." "That's right," Xiao said. "I encountered a lot of problems when I was cultivating this thing, so I brought you here from the Sea of Soul Formation. Otherwise, do you think you are qualified to discuss it with me?" Zirwei was completely stunned, and he could not help but reevaluate Xiao. He did not know Xiao's identity, and he did not even believe the honorary elder Xiao had claimed to be. But the fact that the man could enter and leave the Sea of Soul Formation at will and even be respected in the man's forbidden land, the Divine Firmament Palace, meant that he must be a famous big shot. "I've been rude." Although Zirwei didn't know much about the world, he wasn't stupid. After thinking it through, he immediately cupped his fists and bowed, his attitude becoming more humble. Xiao smiled and made a hand gesture. Suddenly, a force lifted Zirwei up. "I have offended you with my words just now. Please don't take it to heart, Elder Zirwei." Xiao knew the temperament of these alchemists very well, so he did not blame them. Zirwei couldn't wait any longer. Led by the female disciple of the Divine Firmament Palace, the two of them entered the side hall one after another and began to study it. Chu Hongyan had wanted to come to discuss important matters several times, but she found that the side hall was always shrouded in a barrier and could not be entered. She could only look at it and sigh. A few months later, a golden light suddenly shot into the sky from the snowfall peak and turned into a giant spirit with a light blade in its hand. The giant spirit exuded a monstrous killing intent that spread out and covered the entire mountain range. All the disciples of Xianxia Palace were alarmed. They all rose to the sky and gathered at the snowfall peak. Chu Hongyan was the first to appear in the sky, staring at the giant spirit. It was exactly the same as the one in the ancient Devil's Well, but it looked more realistic and had a stronger aura. Then, 2 more golden lights appeared one after another, turning into a giant spirit holding a sword and a halberd. One had a delicate face, while the other had a ferocious face. However, they were both very lifelike and vivid. The 3 giant spirits stood on the peak of the mountain, overlooking the entire Xianxia Palace. Their posture was like the vast ocean. The snowfall peak was already filled with people, and they were all watching in horror. If Chu Hongyan had not been standing quietly in the sky, there would have been a riot. But even so, there were still all sorts of clamoring and discussions, revealing the fear and uneasiness in everyone's hearts. Are these 3 gods? That sea-like baleful aura is suppressing the entire mountain range. Under this pressure, my blood and chi are also surging. I'm afraid those disciples below the martial supreme realm won't even be able to come up to the snowfall peak. What kind of terrifying power is this? I'm afraid even the palace master can't compare to it. It's said that Gu Feiyang lives in the side hall. Looking at the palace master's calm expression, It's likely that Gu Feiyang is cultivating some kind of heaven-defying divine ability. Are you talking about Li Yunxiao, the reincarnation of Gu Feiyang? Last time at the Snowfall Peak, the 9 elders joined forces to attack him, and even the Great Sunfinger was no match for him. Looking at the current situation, I'm afraid that the entire Divine Cloud Palace is no match for him. It's over. Xianxia Palace is full of beautiful disciples. He won't enslave and ravage them as he wishes, will he? You're so healthy. Don't think too much. I should be the one worried. What nonsense are you guys talking about? I see that your eyes are full of stars. You don't look worried at all. You just want to do that, right? Aya, you're so annoying. Sob, sob, sob. That's right. I'm not talking to you anymore, you're so shy. The few elders were also on the Snowfall Peak. While they were afraid of the giant spirit's pressure, they were also annoyed by the nonsense around them. Luo Chunru angrily rebuked, "All of you, shut up." Only then did the peak quiet down. Luo Chunru flew up into the sky and came forward to pay her respects. "Palace Master. This Gu Feiyang is using his divine power and scrupulously in Xianxia Palace. He's showing off his strength. You can't condone it." Chu Hongyan's brows furrowed for a moment before they relaxed, and she said, "Elder Chunru's words are extremely true, and this queen also agrees with them. I'll ask the elders to teach Gu Feiyang a lesson and make him restrain himself." At first, Luo Chunru was still puzzled. She had thought that she would be rolled at, but she did not expect to be acknowledged. It was only at the end that she understood and blushed. "I'm not his match. Since you're not his match, you should leave," Chu Hongyan said indifferently. There was a hint of sternness in his words, and Luo Chunru immediately felt a chill. In her embarrassment and anger, she snorted and turned to leave. However, her eyes suddenly lit up as she saw an old woman coming from the sky. "Greetings, Grand Elder Jihan." She hurriedly stepped forward and greeted. Chu Hongyan also turned around and went forward to pay her respects. "Do you know what kind of divine ability this is?" Yan Jihan asked as she looked at the giant spirit. "It's a formation divine power. It's said to be one of the 3 ancient ominous formations, the 12 divine beings killing formation," Chu Hongyan quickly said. "One of the 3 great ominous formations?" Gao Xiaohan was shocked. "No wonder it's so powerful. Even I was alarmed." "Grand Elder," Luo Chunru said hurriedly, "that Li Yunxiao doesn't take Xianxia Palace seriously at all. He has used his divine power and scrupulously and shocked many disciples who have been in seclusion. It has caused a great impact on our sect. I was originally in seclusion to cultivate the supple water technique, but after being shocked by him, not only did my several months of bitter cultivation go to waste, but it also directly touched the foundation of my martial Tao, almost causing me to go into chi deviation and die. I don't know how many disciples have been affected by his audacity this time." Chu Hongyan was so angry that she said coldly, "Elder Chunru's cultivation base has improved a lot. I can't believe she didn't lose her life from the shock. What a pleasant surprise. It's the Divine Cloud Palace's fortune." Yan Jihan's expression didn't change. She waved her hand and said, "I know." Luo Chunru was stunned. She immediately heard the dissatisfaction in Wu Wuhan's words and did not dare to say anything else. At this moment, 2 more figures flew over. They were Ning Kuei and Ning Qiyun. They were also shocked. After asking for the reason, he was even more shocked. "The elemental energy fluctuations coming from these 3 giant spirits are different," Ning Kuei said. "It seems that Yunxiao's control of the formation is not mature enough. It's already stronger than when I was in the Sea of Soul formation," Chu Hongyan said. "At that time, I could only manifest one." As he was speaking, the 3 giant spirits suddenly shattered and turned into countless golden light spots in the air. They fell like snowflakes and scattered across the entire mountain range. "Wow, it's so beautiful." The scene was so beautiful that it was like a dream. All the disciples of Xianxia Palace widened their eyes and looked at the beautiful scene with joy. Many of them reached out to catch the golden light. Suddenly, a hearty laugh came from the hall. "Ha ha ha! Sorry to have disturbed you." In a flash, 2 figures appeared in front of Chu Hongyan and the others. Yunxiao saluted them one by one, and although Zirwei's face was stiff, He also nodded to them. Congratulations, Lord Feiyang. You've improved again, Yan Jihan said with a smile. It's just a small trick, Yun Xiao said with a smile. It's hard to be a generous person. He was being modest, but Zirwei felt bad when he heard it. He snorted angrily. Small tricks? Humph. Yun Xiao's face was full of black lines. He immediately introduced Zirwei to the crowd and said, If it wasn't for Elder Zirwei's help, I wouldn't have been able to control those puppets so easily. Zirwei snorted, Control? You're still far from being able to fully control it. When everyone heard that he was an elder from the Sea of Soul Formation, they were all in awe. They did not take his cold and arrogant attitude to heart. It was almost known to the world that the Sea of Soul Formation was full of such people. Out of courtesy, Yan Jihan greeted him. Suddenly, a red cloud appeared in the sky, approaching from afar and arriving above the mountain peak in an instant. An old man in embroidered clothes slowly walked down from the clouds. He stroked his beard and smiled. I came uninvited and didn't inform you. I hope you can forgive me, Palace Master Hong Yen. Yun Xiao was taken aback. The person who came was Nanxiu Yu. Chu Hongyan also recognized it and could guess what it was. She said happily, So it's Lady Nanxiu Yu. Please forgive me for not welcoming you. Nanxiu Yu smiled and said, So young Master Yun Xiao and Lord Ning Kuei are here too. Just now, I wanted to report to the mountain gate, but I suddenly sensed an abnormal pressure in the mountain. It was very strong, and I thought something had happened. That's why I didn't even bother to report and rushed over. I'm really ashamed. My lord, since you're here, please come inside, Chu Hongyan said with a smile. Nanxiu Yu shook her head and said, Sigh, I'm in a hurry, so I won't chat. I'm here today because I've heard that the Shenshao Palace has reappeared, and I'm here to deliver the natural moat token to invite all of you to go to Langia Heaven together. Thank you, my lord, Chu Hongyan said happily. Since Lord Ning Kuei is here, I'll give it to you as well, Nanxiu Yu said. He waved his sleeve, and 4 rays of light flew down. 3 landed in front of Chu Hongyan, and 1 landed in front of Ning Kuei. The 2 of them took their tokens, and Ning Kuei hurriedly said, Sir, isn't this a little too little? Can you give me more? He wanted to fight for a piece for Ning Kiyun. Quite a lot, Nanxiu Yu said with a smile. Without waiting for a reply, he cupped his fists and said, Goodbye, everyone. With that said, his body disappeared into the clouds and he disappeared without a trace in a flash of light. Chu Hongyan looked at the token in her hand, turned around and said, Grand Elder, how should we distribute these 3 natural moat tokens? His words immediately caught the attention of all the elders of Shenshao Palace, and they all looked over. The North Region Fairyland was the most mysterious place among the 4 great fairylands. It was said that it was left behind from the spiritual mountains and treasured lands of ancient times. Not only was the spiritual energy amazing, but there were also many ancient profound artifacts and cultivation methods left in it. If one could find them, the benefits would be great. After Gu Feiyang obtained the moon pupil, his temperament began to become violent and his temper was fickle. He was deeply affected by the moon pupil. Later, he obtained the Heaven Peaking Eye technique in Langia Heaven, which suppressed the moon pupil and made it his own. The warriors who stood at the peak of the continent all understood that in addition to continuing to cultivate, opportunities were more important. Therefore, Langia Tian's spot immediately stirred the hearts of all the elders of Shenshao Palace. More than a dozen burning gazes were gathered on the 3 tokens. Mi Jihan said, As the palace master, Hongyan naturally has to take 1. The remaining 2 are Kasayas. Luo Chunru, who was standing at the side, licked her red lips and said carefully, Grand Elder's strength is unparalleled. He is the most experienced and the most powerful existence in our sect. Naturally, he will also want 1. Mi Jihan pondered for a moment and said, I wasn't interested in the heaven of Langia at first, but this is related to the opening of the eternal world. Naturally, the Grand Elder should go, Chu Hongyan hurriedly said. Mi Jihan did not decline and said, Then there's only 1 Kasaya left. This one must be given to a person of virtue and ability, Luo Chunru said hurriedly. An elder who has made great contributions to Xianxia Temple and is able to convince the masses. Oh? Then who does Elder Chunru think is the most suitable? Chu Hongyan asked without changing her expression. Luo Chunru smiled awkwardly and said, I think Elder Gu Shanshan is not bad. But she's a bit too young. Her strength is a bit low, and she can't convince the public. Her contribution to the sect isn't big. But the others are still good, hee. I see. Elder Gu Shanshan it is then, Chu Hongyan said. Ah? You can't. Luo Chunru's expression changed drastically. She wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and, without caring about her face, hurriedly said, If we let Elder Gu Shanshan go, how can we convince the public? Chu Hongyan's face darkened and she shouted, You're the one who recommended Gu Shanshan, and you're also the one who said no. Elder Chunru, are you toying with me? Luo Chunru broke out in cold sweat. She knew that Chu Hongyan was just trying to make things difficult for her. She must have been dissatisfied with her targeting of Gu Feiyong just now. If she had known that Nanxiu Yu would come to deliver the natural moat token at this time, she would never have been the one to offend Gu Feiyong. In terms of experience and strength, even if she was not on the same level as her, she was at least a strong candidate. But now that she had offended Chu Hongyan, she was afraid that there would be trouble. At the thought of this, he shifted his resentment to Yunxiao. It was all this man's fault, and he wished he could skin him alive. This is a serious matter, Mi Jihan said. Let's not make any conclusions yet. Let's gather everyone and discuss this. You're right, Grand Elder, Chu Hongyan said. This natural moat token was going to cause a huge commotion. Suddenly, Yunxiao sent a voice transmission to her. Actually, the number of natural moat tokens isn't a problem. Don't forget that I have the Divine Realm tablet with me. I can even bring the entire Divine Cloud Palace in. Chu Hongyan was overjoyed. She looked back at him and blinked her eyes. Her beauty was devastatingly beautiful. Yunxiao's heart fluttered under her gaze, and he smiled wryly, though he did not know whether it was a bitter smile or a lick. Luo Chunru heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that the tokens had been distributed. She began to think about how she could get her hands on the tokens. Nanxiu Yu's appearance made the entire mountain peak quiet down, as if everyone had their own thoughts. Elder Zirwei is going back to the Sea of Soul Formation, Yunxiao said. Hongyan, you can send a few experts to protect him. Chu Hongyan nodded and immediately made arrangements. Zirwei pondered for a moment and said, I've also benefited a lot from this research. I originally planned to return to the Sea of Soul Formation to cultivate in seclusion. But I suddenly changed my mind. I want to go to the MU family. Yunxiao was taken aback, but he immediately understood what he was thinking. I do have the coordinates of the MU clan's Heavenspan Island, but I hope that Elder Zirwei can keep the matter of the 6 Ding and 6 Jia a secret for me. 6 Ding 6 Jia was one of the MU family's 3 great puppetry arts. If it was discovered that he had it, Mu Zhuang would not be able to sit still and would definitely come to find him personally. Don't worry, Zirwei said. Since you've warned me, I'll keep it a secret. If you learn anything else, Yunxiao said with a smile, I hope you can teach me. Zirwei's face turned red. Without saying anything, he left the Snowfall Peak under the lead of the Divine Cloud Palace's expert. Yunxiao took out his natural moat token and saw that most of the coordinates on it had turned scarlet. Only when all of them had turned red would the real coordinates be revealed. There are still about a month before the coordinates are determined. I plan to continue my closed-door cultivation, but there's one thing I need you to arrange for someone to do. What's the matter? Luo Chunru was extremely depressed when she heard that. Xianxiao Palace was like Yunxiao's sect at the moment, but when she thought of the natural mode order, she held back her anger. After the battle at 5 Cloud Mountain, the sacred zone has suffered a great loss, Yunxiao said thoughtfully. I don't know how the situation is right now. I hope to get some news. Also, I hope that you can find a way to pass on the death of Sun Shengfeng to perfected Lord Mengling. Chu Hongyan said, It's easy to ask for information. Besides, the Star and Moon School has sent back a lot of information recently. I'll order someone to sort it out and give it to you later. As for Wu Shengfeng's death, It's said that perfected Lord Mengling is in seclusion in the divine capital. I'm afraid it'll be difficult to see him. Yunxiao's face was cold as he said, Humph, is that guy really in seclusion? Then how did you Shengfeng find him? Also, regarding Gongyang Zhengqi, I don't believe that he knows nothing about it. If that's the case, I'll go there myself, Chu Hongyan said. Perhaps I'll have a greater chance of meeting him. Is it that old man Meng? Asked Yan Jihan suddenly. I'll go. I've met that old man several times, so the chances of me meeting him should be higher than yours. Luo Chunru was shocked. No, Grand Elder, you have a noble status. How can you personally go to the sacred zone just for an outsider's message? This is not only an insult to your status, but if word gets out, the entire divine cloud palace will be shamed. In fact, she was more anxious because if Shen Shuhan left, the chance of getting that natural mo token would be even smaller. On the contrary, if Chu Hongyan went, he would be more or less confident. Yan Jihan's brows furrowed and she was furious. She shouted, Don't talk nonsense. Feiyang is a friend of our Shenshao Palace. What's wrong with doing something for a friend? Besides, I haven't been out for so many years. So what's wrong with me going to the holy region to have some tea with my old friends? Why are you making such a big fuss here? Don't say anything. Luo Chunru hurriedly lowered her head. Seeing that Mo Jihan was angry, she didn't dare to say another word. Chu Hongyan also seemed to feel that something was wrong and said, Grand Elder, I'll go. It's just a small matter. Yan Jihan interrupted her. Why does the palace master of Shenshao Palace have to go personally? Besides, the world is in chaos right now. I'm going to the holy region to catch up with my old friends. Please be careful, Chu Hongyan said. Then you can decide who gets the natural moat token. I'll go now. She casually pointed at the two elders and went down the snowfall peak. Luo Chunru's face was extremely gloomy. How could Chu Hongyan not know what she was thinking? If Yunxiao did not have the Divine Realm tablet, he would never have given her the token. But it did not matter now. Elder Chunru, she called out softly. What's the matter? Luo Chunru's expression was extremely ugly, as if she knew that she would not be able to get a share of the token. So she did not look happy either. Chu Hongyan played with the token in her hand and said, I've been thinking about it, and I feel that Elder Chunru is the most qualified to obtain this token. What? Luo Chunru shook her head, thinking that she had heard wrong. Her eyes suddenly widened. Let's discuss this later, Chu Hongyan said with a smile. Although he did not like Luo Chunru, she was indeed one of the higher-ups in Shenshao Temple, and also a pillar of strength. In this chaotic time, it was not a bad choice to unite her with a useless natural moat order. Although Luo Chunru did not understand what was going on, she knew that she had hope now. She said excitedly, Yes. Yunxiao smiled and gave him a look of admiration. After that, Chu Hongyan made some arrangements and asked everyone to leave the snowfall peak, leaving only the two of them on the peak, looking at the sea of clouds. Sometimes I really want to stop, Yunxiao said with a sigh. Like the wild crane and the idle clouds, watching the flowers bloom and wither, and the tide rise and fall. Chu Hongyan smiled and said, It's pretty good. As long as you're willing, I'll look at the fresh grass and listen to the fallen flowers as you wish. I'll let the vicissitudes of the world pass by like a white stallion passing through a crack. Yunxiao looked down at the boundless land under the sea of clouds. Even though Sun Shengfeng is famous all over the world and has dominated his generation, he still can't escape death. The cause of the past, the effect of today, when would it end? Let's be an immortal couple and live a carefree life. Chu Hongyan's heart was stirred as she snuggled up to Yunxiao and said, I hope this moment can last forever. Yunxiao took her into his arms and looked at her carefully. At this moment, the mountain wind was slightly cold and carried a distinct fragrance. The world was vast, and only the two of them were left snuggling together. Life is like looking down on heaven and earth, a drop in the ocean, or a flying swan stepping on snow and mud, leaving its claws, Yunxiao said. I don't ask for a domineering and heroic plan, but for a firm Tao heart and an indomitable will. That's enough. I'll hold your hand and walk to the end of this path. Chu Hongyan's heart warmed up and she said softly, I really envy Li Huaqi and Xianxia. They can cast aside everything and travel to the ends of the earth, from ancient to modern times. Yunxiao smiled and said, Heaven and earth are like a furnace. Even if they want to be free, can they really be free? If the world is in chaos, the monster race rises and the passage to the demon world opens. Everyone will be refined in this world, and no one will be able to escape their fate. Chu Hongyan's expression turned serious as she nodded and said, Feiyang is right. Let's work hard to correct this. Yunxiao smiled wryly and shook his head. Although you and I are powerful, we are still overestimating ourselves when it comes to justice. I had hoped that the Holy Region and the Sea of Soul Formation would be able to stabilize the situation, but I didn't expect that they would become the center of the vortex. I'm afraid no one knows where the world will go. Chu Hongyan suddenly said, Since the two holy lands can't be relied on, why don't we ally with other forces and form an alliance? We can form an existence that is strong enough to compete with the two holy lands. This way, we can also become a stabilizing stone in the future. Perhaps it will play a huge role. Yunxiao was taken aback, and then he fell into deep thought. He had always been alone and had never thought of establishing a sect. Now that Chu Hongyan had reminded him, he felt that this was a good idea. However, if he wanted to establish a sect, there would be many things to do which was completely inconsistent with his personality. He immediately shook his head. Chu Hongyan naturally knew his temperament and said with a smile, I don't want you to start a sect. I'm thinking of joining some sects and forming an alliance, just like the Merchant Union. When the time comes, Feiyang will be the leader and command the world. If it's just an alliance, it's indeed feasible, Yunxiao said. But I can't rule the world. I wonder, where does the alliance start? Chu Hongyan muttered to herself as she strolled on the mountain peak with her chin in her hand. The sea of clouds reflected the light, and the two of them looked like they were in a painting. Yunxiao also began to think about all the possibilities. The two holy lands are still the leaders of the world, and the 7 sects are the foundation of the world. It's impossible for the 2 sacred lands to form an alliance with us, and of the 7 great sects, the Long family of the Sky Ridge is your old flame, so it's the easiest faction to pull over. Yunxiao blushed and felt a little uncomfortable. He thought of Fanny's friendship with him and wondered how she was doing now. Chu Hongyan looked at him and smiled coldly, which immediately woke him up from his memories. Chu Hongyan looked at his funny face and couldn't help but laugh. In order to avoid embarrassment, she pretended that nothing had happened and continued to say, Although the Red Moon City is under Wei Qing's control, Ning Kuei and Ning Qiyun are on our side. There is a chance to take them back. Moreover, Wei Qing and Gongyang Jingqi are fighting now, and I'm afraid they won't be able to divert their attention. If we help Ning Kuei and his daughter with all our strength, the odds of winning are very high. Yunxiao thought of Luo Qingyun, who was a friend of his. He had even promised to have a fair fight with him to fulfill his martial heart. However, it had been a long time since they had last met, and he wondered how he was doing now. Chu Hongyan continued, Of the 2 major sects in the western region, the Soul Devourer sect's fate has come to an end. The Myriad Stars Valley will inevitably annex them on a large scale. The forces of the entire western region will have to reshuffle. We can get in touch with Tianxingzi. The Sacred Zone can't even take care of itself now, Yunxiao said. Its control over the sects in the world has dropped to the extreme. It's indeed a good opportunity for us to win over all the forces. I can make a trip to the Crimson Moon City and the Myriad Stars Valley. I can even make a trip to the southern region. Perhaps it's time for me to return. He suddenly thought of the southern region. Although it was a place where even birds would not shit, there was a demon master sealed below. This made him feel that it was not simple. It won't take much time to integrate the entire southern mountain range. It would be best if Feiyang could go to the Red Moon City and the 10,000 Stars Valley in person. But the southern region is so desolate. Chu Hongyan could not help but laugh. She obviously felt that it was unnecessary, but she still said, If you think it's appropriate, then go. Yunxiao's eyes flickered with reminiscence. After he left the teleportation array of Heavenly Jewel Sect, he had never returned. He wondered if everyone was well. Although the eastern, western, and southern regions are weak, They are geographically vast, no less than the northern region, Xianxia said seriously. If we can form an alliance with all of them, we will occupy 3/4 of the entire heavenly martial realm, which is enough to make the world fear us. We can also test the blade sect of the 7 great sects. As for the Beiming Dark Palace, I have a deep grudge with them, so I'm afraid it won't be possible to get what I want. Chu Hongyan's eyes flickered, as if a whole new map of the world had become clear in her mind. She murmured, with the Divine Cloud Palace and the Long family as the foundation, it will spread to the east, west, and south. If the structure can succeed, it can completely replace the 2 great holy lands and become the #1 alliance in the world. I'm just afraid that the 2 holy lands will not sit still and wait for death, Xianxia said. After all, they have always been the leaders of the world. If an alliance appears, it will inevitably lead to suppression. Moreover, this situation is too wide, so it will be difficult for them to take care of each other. Chu Hongyan said, the actions of the 2 holy lands over the years have gradually lost the hearts of the people. It is difficult for them to lead the people. As for the corresponding matters, they could open and expand the dimensional gateways as much as possible to strengthen their connections with each other and alleviate the shortcomings. In addition to the mainland, there are also the sects from the ocean and the merchant union, which can't be ignored. I know a little about the overseas sects, Xianxia said after some thought. We can try to form an alliance, but the possibility is not high. After all, other than the heavenly moat cliff, the main forces of the sects in the Endless Sea Islands were divided into the Heaven and Earth alliances. The Heaven Alliance was interested in the disputes on the continent, but they were controlled by Xiao Hong and Di Yi. The Venerable of the Earth Alliance was Gongyang Zhengqi, who was a very cunning man and one of the best in the world. How's the Merchant Union now? When he returned from overseas, if he had received the support of many overseas forces, he would have been able to fight Ding Shan. Chu Hongyan said, there have indeed been great changes in the Merchant Union. Wan Yiqian has suddenly become big and won several battles with Ding Shan. However, Ding Shan seems to have the support of some force. Now, he and Wan Yiqian have formed a north-south opposition, each occupying half of the country. A certain power? What? Xianxia asked in surprise. It can't be a small force if it can support him to fight against 1,000. He was very clear how strong Wan Yiqian's power was. Although it was not stable or reliable, it was enough to sweep away all the forces outside the 2 holy lands. Chu Hongyan said, I'm not sure yet, but he's most likely a saint. Now that the Sacred Zone's control over the world is weak, in addition to the fact that Wei Qing and Gongyang Jingqi are both modifying killing weapons, they need a large amount of resources to supply. Ding Shan just happens to be in cahoots with them. Ding Shan is too scheming, Xianxia said. If I can't defeat him with a powerful force, I'm afraid I'll really run out of luck. Because the longer the power in his hands is dragged on, the more scattered it will be, and the higher the price he needs to pay. I actually favor Ding Shan more in the direction of the Merchant Union, but I can't use a tiger for skin with Ding Shan. We can't waste our strength on the internal strife of the Merchant Union. Let's wait for them to determine the winner and then talk to Wan Yiqian about the alliance. Chu Hongyan said, that's what I'm thinking too. If we're in high spirits now, I'm afraid our attitude will be too high. It'll be difficult to form an alliance. Even if we form an alliance with them, they will still ask us to participate in the internal strife of the Merchant Union. Although Star Moon School and Money Sect have surrendered to Ding Shan in name, they are still waiting and watching. We can win Money Sect over first. In the current situation of the Merchant Union, the Money Sect will certainly be happy to form an alliance with us. Not all of us are enemies, even in the Holy Region and the Sea of Soul Formation, Xianxia said. In this chaotic world, we can rope in any force that is willing to protect themselves. We can keep them together. If the situation is set, the world will definitely be united, and it will be enough to exterminate demons and seal demons. He first thought of Yuan Gaohan, who would definitely stand on his side. In that case, it was very likely that Tian Zhaozi would form an alliance with him, and many elders in the Sea of Soul Formation could also try to rope him in. That's right. Should we go to the Heavenly Mountains to discuss this with the beauty? Chu Hongyan asked. Yunxiao's scalp tingled. He did not know what would happen if the two met, But he still braced himself and said, "Since the alliance is based on the divine Cloud Palace and the long family of Sky Ridge, it's only natural that we have to meet and talk." "Okay, I'll make the arrangements now. Let's go," Chu Hongyan said. Both of them were quick-witted people. Chu Hongyan immediately gathered many elders and briefly talked about the establishment of the alliance. All the elders were shocked, but no one objected. After all, the two holy lands were in chaos, and the 7 major sects had undergone great changes. It would be a good thing if Xianxia Palace could find other powerful forces to form an alliance with. Luo Chunru was still thinking about that natural moat token. Not only did she not object to it, but she was also the first one to support it, which made the other elders' jaws drop. Chu Hongyan did not give her the natural moat token right now. Instead, she made a promise to Luo Chunru so that she could control her for the time being. Luo Chunru said, "The palace master will have to take care of the alliances of the large sects personally. As for the other small and medium-sized forces, I'll leave them to the elders. Elder Chunru has been in charge of everything in the palace and has been keeping everything in order. I am very relieved. I will have to trouble you all during my absence," Chu Hongyan said. The next day, Chu Hongyan opened the teleportation array to the Long family and disappeared from Xianxia Palace with Yunxiao. A few hours later, in the territory of the Long family, the two of them walked out of the void. After identifying the direction, they flew away. After a while, the two of them stopped and looked down in surprise. Within a radius of thousands of miles around the heavenly ridge, there were swamps and mountains, as well as some wastelands. These were spirit mountains and great rivers that were used to nourish demon beasts, so it was normal for some powerful demon beasts to be active. However, at this moment there was a huge horde of demonic beasts. Hundreds and thousands of them were rushing towards the direction of the heaven ridge. Furthermore, new demonic beasts were constantly joining in. The scene was spectacular, and there was no lack of powerful ninth-order demonic beasts among them. "What's going on?" Chu Hongyan said in surprise. "It's indeed strange. Let's go to the front and take a look." Not only were there beasts galloping, but there were also a large number of birds soaring in the air. However, they were not flying very high far below them. The two figures flickered and turned into rainbow light, flying away like rainbows. In an instant, they had traveled hundreds of miles, and the scene in front of them shocked them. The towering sky ridge could be seen in the distance, and the surrounding 100 miles were densely packed with demonic beasts, hundreds of thousands of them. Just the scene alone was enough to make people's scalps numb, not to mention the monstrous demonic chi that directly rushed into the clouds. Demon beasts besieging the heavenly ridge? Yunxiao asked in surprise. How could this be?" Chu Hongyan's beautiful face also turned pale. Anyone who saw this scene would be afraid. The defensive boundary of the sky ridge had been activated to its limit, blocking all the demonic beasts outside. However, under the constant attacks, the space of the boundary kept shaking. It was unlikely to last long. Yunxiao looked carefully. These demon beasts came in all kinds of shapes and sizes, and many of them were unfamiliar to him. They seemed to be coming in an organized manner, and many low-level ones were trampled to death. "What?" Suddenly, he was stunned and his pupils shrank. In the crowd of demonic beasts, more than 10 miles away from the sky ridge, there were a few humans fighting with the demonic beasts in a formation. Moreover, he recognized one of them. Those demonic beasts seemed to have no intention of fighting with them. Most of them only attacked them a few times as they passed by. Otherwise, those people would have long been trampled into meat paste. But even so, they were already like arrows at the end of their flight and could not hold on for long. "I'm really going to die here this time. As a martial artist, I'm really unwilling to die in the hands of a monster beast." A black-robed man in the formation smiled wryly and was covered in blood. They had also finished all the medicinal pills they had brought with them. Previously, they had wanted to hold on and wait for rescue. But at a glance, they were surrounded by densely packed demonic beasts. It was impossible for anyone to come and save them. It was even more impossible to break out of the encirclement by themselves. There's nothing to be unwilling about. How many people have seen such a spectacular scene? If you die, then so be it. If the earthen jar doesn't leave the well and breaks, it's inevitable that the general will die in front of the battle. A burly man had a calm expression, as if he had seen through life and death. There were a few huge holes in his body that were constantly bleeding, which was a shocking sight. The other person said, Lord Wuxia is right. After walking the path of cultivation, who doesn't tie their necks to their pockets? It's our fate to be surrounded today. Why don't we just take a gamble and kill a few more demonic beasts to reduce the burden on the heaven ridge? Wuxia's pupils suddenly shrank and shot out a sharp light. He shouted, All right, let's remove the defenses over there. Let's see who can kill more. This happy life won't be in vain. There were a total of 7 of them, but only 5 of them had formed a defensive formation. 2 of them were too heavily injured and were lying in the center of the formation. The 2 of them raised their hands with difficulty and waved, saying, You guys go and kill the demonic beasts. Don't worry about us. Then I'm sorry. The black-robed man laughed. Retreat, he shouted, and the defensive array was immediately destroyed. The more than 10 demonic beasts that were surrounding and attacking him suddenly pounced. The 5 of them faced death with equanimity and brought the profound level weapons in front of them, slashing towards the demonic beast. The strength of his aura and the sharpness of his eyes stunned the 10-odd demonic beasts. One of the horned demonic beasts was beheaded in an instant, and it rolled far away. The demonic beasts felt fear in their hearts and couldn't help but want to retreat. However, the ground was filled with demonic beasts galloping, and demonic chi overflowed into the sky. The 10 or so demonic beasts' ferocity erupted once again, and they charged over. The black-robed man laughed bitterly. Damn it, I've already won one. How about you guys? The other 4 people were depressed. They couldn't kill the demonic beast with one move, and their momentum fell to the extreme. In addition, their heavy injuries flared up, and 2 of them fell on the spot. Wuxia let out a long sigh and looked back at the sky ridge in the distance. He said, Everyone, farewell. The other 6 people were also silent. They didn't even have the thought of mentioning the profound level weapons. Seeing those demonic beasts pouncing on them, they all closed their eyes. Suddenly, a hot liquid was sprinkled on them, and it was warm. The few of them opened their eyes one by one. They were shocked and then ecstatic. At some point in time, dozens of ice-cold swords had been stabbed into the ground around them, emitting a terrifying sword intent that condensed into a world that enveloped the 7 of them. The demonic beasts that had attacked them had all turned into corpses, their blood flowing all over the ground. Who is it? I don't know which lord has come, but we thank you for saving our lives. Thank you. Wuxia was overjoyed. He hurriedly looked up into the sky and loudly thanked her. The other 6 people were also overjoyed. With a flash of light, the 2 of them appeared in the sword world. Xianxia smiled and said, Lord Wuxia, how have you been? Wuxia was stunned for a moment. When he looked over, he was shocked. He bowed and said, So it's young Master Xianxia. A huge wave surged in his heart. He did not expect the attacker to be Xianxia. It was his first time meeting Xianxia when the Immortal land of the eastern region opened. They had met many times in the Immortal land, but they were neither friends nor enemies. Later, Xianxia's reputation grew and spread all over the world, and many of his deeds were even more amazing, but he still had a skeptical attitude. Even when the Long family underwent a huge change and Feini became the family head, it was said that he had contributed a lot. Wuxia had always found it difficult to connect the Li Yunxiao of the past with the world-famous Li Yunxiao. At this moment, when he saw the Li Yunxiao, he immediately understood that the 2 Li Yunxiao were indeed the same person, not the Amon in the city. After a short moment of contemplation, the other 6 people also came to a sudden realization and hurriedly went forward to pay their respects. With a wave of his hand, Yunxiao sent out a stream of energy that helped them up, then said, What's going on? Wuxia pondered for a moment, his face revealing a difficult expression as he looked at his companions. I heard that young Master Xianxia has a close relationship with the family head, the black-robed man said. I don't think I can't tell you about this. Sigh. This all started from an experiment, Wuxia said. Yunxiao's heart jolted. and his face darkened as if he had thought of something. After clan leader Feini took over, he allowed Wuxia to develop and research the bloodline, Wuxia said. In the short term, the Long family's strength increased greatly, but it caused irreparable damage to many other martial artists. The 7 people's faces revealed expressions of love and fear. Wuxia continued, "Those who succeed in condensing their bloodline will have their strength increase greatly in a short period of time. As for those who fail, at the very least, their future will be destroyed and they will no longer have the possibility of advancing. At the very worst, their strength will drop and they will never be able to rise again." Yunxiao's face was filled with anger as he scolded. "Feini is really reckless. Such a matter for the heavenly Tao is bound to be accompanied by great risks. She's too eager for quick success." The 7 people's expressions changed slightly. Hearing him reprimand the family head like this, displeasure flashed across their faces. But after all, he had been saved by her, and the difference in strength was too great, so he didn't dare to show it. "This has nothing to do with the head of the family," Wuxia said. "All those who accepted the test were willing. The patriarch and Lord Wuxia have never forced anyone." Yunxiao sneered. "To be able to increase one's strength without any effort is a great temptation to human nature. How many people can resist the greed in their hearts?" Wuxia was also a little unhappy. "We're all adults," he said. "We have to be responsible for our own actions. As long as no one forces us, we should bear the consequences." The other 6 people also nodded in agreement, supporting Wuxia. Seeing that, Yunxiao stopped expressing his opinion and let him continue. Later on, Lord Wuxia found a way to allow the defeated to regain their bloodline power. He used the blood of demonic beasts to refine a type of blood essence. Wuxia said, "This is undoubtedly great news. It's of great importance to the Long family and even the world," the black-robed man said. "Oh?" Yunxiao's expression did not change. "Did you succeed?" Wuxia's eyes lit up and he said excitedly, "Of course I succeeded. It's just that the failure rate of refining that kind of blood essence is too high, and it requires an extremely large number of demonic beasts. Thus, the entire Long family has started to capture demonic beasts." "What?" Yunxiao was surprised. "So, these demon beasts are here for revenge?" Wuxia shook his head. "I don't know if it's revenge. In the beginning, a large number of demonic beasts in the surrounding area were caught. Later, they found it troublesome, so they used a type of demonic attracting plant and extracted its essence. Then, they used a wind formation to blow away the smell. At this point, the 7 people's faces turned ugly and full of fear. Yunxiao and Chu Hongyan immediately understood. They looked at each other, not expecting this to happen. "Isn't that great?" Yunxiao sneered. "These demon beasts are enough." Wuxia must be overjoyed. The 7 of them listened to the mockery without saying a word. "Since you've caused such a big problem, why don't you draw the essence of the demonic herb away?" Chu Hongyan asked. Wuxia smiled bitterly. "I've already cut off the scent from spreading. But who knew that the effect would be so great that it'd cover a radius of several hundred li? At the beginning, there weren't so many demonic beasts, so we came out to scout the situation, but we were immediately trapped." "This is indeed troublesome," Chu Hongyan said. "I can see that there are at least hundreds of thousands of demon beasts, regardless of their levels. All the demonic beasts I've seen in my life added together don't even amount to 1,000th of this. Feiyang, do you have any ideas?" Yunxiao always felt that Wuxia's study of the human body was too evil, so he snorted and said, "What else can I do? I can let Wuxia have a good time." Chu Hongyan knew that he was angry, so she stopped asking. Instead, she said, "Let's not worry about this for now. Let's go to Tianling to see Feini first." "No!" Wuxia was shocked. Now that the Heavenly Ridge's defense is fully opened, it's blocking out the millions of demonic beasts outside. It's impossible for us to enter. Chu Hongyan said, "Then what should we do? Are we going to wait for these demon beasts to leave? How long will that take?" Wuxia said, "We'll probably have to wait until all the fragrance from the Fey luring grass is gone. That thing is colorless and odorless, and only fey beasts can sense it. Who knows how long that will take? At this moment, more and more demonic beasts gathered outside the sword formation. They kept attacking the sword world, but they couldn't shake it at all. Xianxia performed an incantation gesture, summoning countless sword shadows that flew out of the outer realm and instantly killed dozens of demon beasts. Let's fly over and tear a hole in the protective formation. Should be fine. With a flash of green light, it immediately enveloped everyone and turned into a beam of light that shot into the sky. What? Wuxia and the others were shocked. You want to tear apart the mountain-protecting formation? Xianxia did not bother to pay attention to them. In a few flashes, he arrived in front of the heavenly ridge. Demonic aura surged up from below, and hundreds of thousands of birds circled around and attacked the mountain-protecting array. The situation seems to be more serious than we thought, Chu Hongyan said worriedly. Do we really have to tear the mountain-protecting formation? I'm afraid that I'll instantly collapse after I tear it open. Yunxiao's face was also gloomy, and he was a little hesitant. Chu Hongyan said, It's not impossible to deal with these demonic beasts. Let's do it with the kasaya you used at the Five-Cloud Mountain. Yunxiao's eyes gleamed as he said, Are you talking about the pull the cool, spinning yo-yos? Chu Hongyan's face darkened when she heard the name. She nodded and said, Yes, I am. Yunxiao shook his head and said, This move has killed too many people, and it goes against the harmony of heaven. I was punished by heaven on the day of Five-Cloud Mountain. I don't want to use it again unless I have to. If he were to use the alluring and cool Thousand Autumn and ancient revolving aureole here, the hundreds of thousands of demonic beasts would probably be turned into ashes, and the area around the heavenly ridge would be barren for 100 years. What should we do then? Chu Hongyan was put in a difficult position. She had no other choice. There's another way, Yunxiao said. It should work. Wuxia and the other 7 were all stunned. The entire Long family was helpless and could only activate the formation to avoid them. How many methods could these 2 think of? The 7 of them looked at each other, none of them believing him. Suddenly, a figure rushed out of Yunxiao's body, and a powerful aura spread out, shocking the 7 men and making their faces change dramatically. Chu Hongyan had also heard Yunxiao talk about the demonic dragon, so she knew that the man in front of her was Yu. Yu and Yunxiao were connected in mind, so he immediately understood what Yunxiao meant. He raised his eyebrows and said, You mean the dragon's might? That's right, Yunxiao said. But there are too many demon beasts. I'm afraid that the dragon's might alone is not enough. Otherwise, there are many people with the dragon bloodline in Tianling. Do you remember the move that Song Yuyang used to suppress everyone in the city? Yu's eyes flashed. He said, Understood. His hands formed a seal in front of him, and his 10 fingers opened up like a dragon head holding a dragon pearl. The surging dragon might exploded on Yu's body like a huge rock falling into water, causing ripples to spread to the ground. The sigh of the true dragon. The dragon's might sprinkled on the earth like raindrops. It was like a vast ocean, surging down. The entire sky was distorted as if there were 10,000 dragons galloping. Wuxia and the other 7 were the first to bear the brunt, and their expressions changed drastically. Those who were seriously injured even felt their brains go blank, and they vomited blood and fainted on the spot. Yunxiao gave them a pat, and a defensive barrier immediately covered them from being attacked by the dragon's might. The demonic beasts below let out earth-shaking wails. All kinds of miserable cries continued as they all knelt down. Under the suppression of this dragon's might, all the demonic chi disappeared. At a glance, all that could be seen were demonic beasts prostrating on the ground, trembling in fear. The pressure on the mountain-protecting formation on the heavenly ridge was reduced, and it returned to its original state. For a moment, the sky fell silent, and only the sounds of the trembling demonic beasts on the ground could be heard. The scene was extremely shocking. Then Yunxiao opened his mouth and breathed out. A dragon's roar shook the 9 heavens, turning into countless sound waves that spread to the earth. Yu retracted his dragon's might. Instantly, a rumbling sound could be heard. The entire ground was shaking, and hundreds of thousands of demonic beasts were running away madly. In the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, the ground was covered in the footprints of demonic beasts. Apart from a few thousand that had been trampled to death, not a single one was left alive. Wuxia and the others were dumbfounded by the scene. It was as if they were in a dream. They patted their heads to confirm if it was real. "Let's go," Xianxia said. Only then did they come back to their senses. A blue light immediately wrapped everyone and flew towards the mountain protecting formation. Who are the people outside? The situation of the demon beasts was also discovered in the mountain protecting array. Dozens of beams of light flew over, led by an elder named Xianxia, whom Xianxia had seen before. Xianxia recognized Xianxia, Wuxia, and a few others at once. "Young Master Xianxia." "That's me," Xianxia said with a smile. "I hope you can open the mountain protecting array and let us in." Xianxia was shocked, but it was an undeniable fact that the hundreds of thousands of demon beasts had retreated. He hurriedly ordered the formation to be deactivated and invited Xianxia and the others inside. Soon, someone reported that the demonic beast tide had retreated. The entire Sky Ridge was in a heated discussion, especially the outer disciples and family members who lived on the mountainside. They were all relieved. If the great mountain-protecting formation was broken, the weaker ones would be the first to suffer. Wuxia and the others were immediately taken to recuperate, while Xianxia and Chu Hongyan followed Xianxia to the heavenly mountains. Xianxia was secretly shocked. Although Chu Hongyan had a veil covering her face, it could not hide her peerless beauty. He knew the relationship between Xianxia and Feini. The water fairy he had brought last time was crystal clear and untainted. She was also a peerless beauty in the human world, but the person accompanying him this time seemed to be even more beautiful. Xianxia was immediately worried. After all, Feini was the head of the Long family. If he and her daughter were to share a husband, it would definitely have a negative impact on the Long family's reputation. My husband! They had just reached the peak of the mountain, but before they reached the Dragon Hall, they heard a pleasant sound of a silver bell. Then, a red light flashed and turned into the shape of a heavenly phoenix, and then into a human again. A slender and beautiful woman appeared. Her long dress was like fire, embroidered with hundreds of butterflies and flowers. There was a red feather on her chest, bright and moving. As soon as Fei and I appeared, she could not help but approach and kiss her. However, when she suddenly noticed Chu Hongyan beside her, her heart trembled. Chu Hongyan gave her the feeling of elegance and nobility. Although her face was covered with a veil, she was peerless and independent, which made her feel ashamed of her own inferiority. Husband, this is Shiju. Feini's eyes narrowed and he was shocked. Husband? TSK, this name is Bayan. Feiyang, is your surname Fu? Chu Hongyan's expression changed. Her eyes were as clear as water and she smiled coldly. Cold sweat broke out on Yunxiao's forehead as he said in a daze. This is Feini, who is used to randomly calling her Ingluo. Oh, so you're used to being called Jinjin. Chu Hongyan smiled and held Feini's hand. She looked at him carefully and said, This must be the head of the Long family, Feiyang's confidant. Feini, right? You're indeed a dragon among men. I've heard him mention you many times. Hee. Elder sister really knows how to make younger sisters happy. Although she did not know the identity of the person in front of her, Feini already knew that he was definitely a love rival. Moreover, he was the extremely powerful kind. Not only was he stronger, but his appearance and posture were also far superior to hers. A sense of crisis welled up in her heart. The more she felt this way, the more her smile grew. No wonder my husband hasn't come to Tianling for a long time. It turns out that he has a fairy like you to accompany him. If it were me, I wouldn't want to go anywhere either. Chu Hongyan smiled gently and said, You're thinking too much, sister. He has been clamoring to come every day. I can't even stop him. Even hundreds of thousands of demonic beasts can't stop him from coming to see you. Although Feini knew that she was speaking nonsense, she was still overjoyed. Yunxiao's face darkened. He knew that there would be no end to the conversation if they continued. So he quickly said, What nonsense are you guys talking about? Don't forget the main purpose of our trip. Chu Hongyan rolled her eyes at him and said, Isn't the main purpose of coming here to see Sister Fanny? What other important matters? Why don't I remember? Yun Xiao knew that she was very jealous at the moment, so he could only stand aside in a daze, not knowing how to clean up the mess. Shi Kongqing also frowned. Fanny giggled. Quickly follow me into the Dragon Hall. This time, it's all thanks to my husband and sister's timely arrival that the Long family's crisis was resolved. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. She pulled Chu Hongyan into the hall, but her mind was full of thoughts. She knew that she had met a really strong enemy. In the past, whether it was Dinglinger, Luo Yunshang, or the water deity, one was smart but not strong enough, one was kind and honest, and did not easily cause disputes, and the other was simple-minded and could be coaxed with a few bags. However, the current Chu Hongyan made her feel even more pressured. Whether it was her strength that could not be seen through, her noble temperament, or the peerless beauty that was revealed under the veil, all of them made her heart jump. Chu Hongyan's eyes were still smiling, and her expression remained unchanged. Elder Shi Kongqing, quickly order someone to prepare some wine. I want to entertain my husband and this fairy sister. Fanny gave Shi Kongqing a look, and he immediately left with a heavy heart. It must be sister's first time here. I must bring sister around and see the fun things in the Sky Ridge. It's rare that you're so thoughtful. I didn't come to the Sky Ridge for anything this time. I just wanted to see you. Cough, cough. Yun Xiao coughed heavily and said, Hongyan, where's your memory? Don't forget about the alliance. Oh, look at me. How could I forget such an important thing? I was just too stunned when I saw Sister Fanny. You can't blame me. Chu Hongyan smiled, then returned to the guest seat and sat down beside Yun Xiao. Fanny also laughed a few times, but it was not as natural. The sense of urgency in her heart grew even stronger, and she felt that she was completely suppressed by this woman. Since you've forgotten, Yun Xiao said, I'll tell you. He then told her everything he had talked about with Chu Hongyan. Fanny was shocked. What surprised her even more was that the woman in front of her was the most beautiful woman in the world. The master of the Divine Cloud Palace, Chu Hongyan. All of a sudden, the competitive spirit in his heart was gone. But he was a little more nervous. He told himself that he must work harder so as not to be despised by Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao had no idea what she was thinking. When he saw her pondering, he thought she was thinking about the alliance. Fanny, what do you think? Oh, of course it's very good. Sister Hongyan is the most beautiful woman in the world. I've admired her for a long time. It's my great fortune to see her today. Yun Xiao. I'm talking about the alliance. Why are you distracted? He said awkwardly as he wiped his cold sweat. Chu Hongyan covered her face and laughed. Of course, it's because she saw you, Fu Feiyang. That's why Sister Fanny was distracted. Hearing the name, Fu Feiyang, Fei and I's face turned red and she said, Of course, the alliance is a good thing, and I have no objections. However, according to the Long family's rules, we still have to go through the elders, but I don't think there will be any problems. That's good, Yun Xiao said. First, we'll build a fixed teleportation channel between the Heavenly Ridge and the Divine Firmament Palace, which will make up for the distance between the two places. A fixed teleportation channel? Fanny muttered to himself. The so-called fixed transmission channel was a channel that only connected two places and could not lead to other places. The advantage of this was that it was more stable and faster, and once the channel was fixed, the primeval stones consumed for each teleportation would be less. However, once the fixed transmission channel was established, there would be no restrictions on the movement between the two places. The people of Xianxia Palace could come through the channel at any time and place without any restrictions, and he could not stop them. If anything happened, the risk would be great. It seems that the matter of the fixed transmission channel is very difficult for you, sister, Chu Hongyan said with a smile. It doesn't matter if you don't build it. Fanny was shocked and hurriedly said, Yes, we must. I'm just thinking about which part of the Heavenly Ridge is the most appropriate place to build this passage. All she wanted to do now was to perform well in front of Yun Xiao. If she did not support such a major event, she would be completely beaten down by Chu Hongyan, and there would be no hope for her to make a comeback. A fixed teleportation channel is extremely important, Xianxia said. It must be built in a place that is easy to guard. Moreover, the matter of the Wushuang alliance is too important. Since the two sects are the foundation, I suggest that apart from the connection on the surface, we should also build a secret fixed passage in case of emergency. My husband's words are very true. That's how it should be. Feini was the first to praise. Chu Hongyan looked at her and smiled. Then let's do it this way. The alliance has been decided, we should take our leave. Feini. Hee. You're leaving just like that? She stood up in shock. What's the matter, sister? Chu Hongyan asked. Feini's heart was stuffed. She had wanted to be intimate with Xianxia for a few more days and make him stay. But now that Chu Hongyan was here, he did not know what to say. He said awkwardly, "Don't we need to discuss the Wushuang alliance in detail?" Chu Hongyan smiled. "I'll send the elders to discuss the details. We don't have to do it ourselves." Xianxia thought for a moment and said, "Feini, the blood refining process is a different path after all. Don't let the Long family get too involved. I'm afraid of the consequences." Humph! Suddenly, a cold voice interrupted Xianxia. A gust of wind blew in from outside the door, and a figure appeared in front of him. The figure said coldly, "Li Xianxia, I knew you would accuse me of destroying my research." Xianxia smiled wryly. "I can't blame you. I just hope you can restrain yourself. After all, it's not the right way." "Humph. Tell me, what is the right path? You're an alchemist yourself." Qiu Mujie glared at him. "How could you regard the study of the human body as an evil way? You're more detestable than outsiders. Tao itself is not divided into good and evil," Xianxia said embarrassedly. "Only people have it. Your research has taken the lives of countless living beings. It's already evil." "Ha-ha! Childish. Every great research result comes with a sacrifice," Qiu Mujie reprimanded. "Some alchemists even sacrifice themselves. So why can't I use some demon beasts?" "I won't argue with you on this matter," Xianxia said. "We can't work together if we walk different paths. You just have to not bring the Long family into the abyss." "Haha! Abyss. With my help, the Long family's strength has increased by several times. I'm afraid they're the strongest apart from the two holy lands," Qiu Mujie mocked. Xianxia frowned and stopped arguing. Qiu Mujie coldly stared at him and sized him up. His eyes flickered with a green light as he exclaimed, "Divine transcendence? You've already broken through that barrier?" "Yes." Xianxia nodded and said, "I was lucky." "AI." Qiu Mujie heaved a long sigh and shook his head. "This is the disadvantage of an ultimate form. Although it can quickly change one's physique and increase one's strength, it's hard to reach the peak. I don't know if there's any hope in this life. Originally, I had modified my ultimate form a little and wanted to find you to try it out. Now, it seems that there is no need." Yunxiao's hatred in the beginning had now turned into sympathy. "With Darren's wisdom, you will definitely have a way." Qiu Mujie, who was still in high spirits earlier, was now a little dejected. He shook his head slightly and didn't say anything. Yunxiao smiled and said, "My lord, you don't have to take it to heart. In addition to talent and hard work, opportunities are also very important. The eternal world has opened recently. Are you interested in it, my lord? Nanqiu Yu has been here before, but the natural moat order is very limited," Qiu Mujie said with a frown. He turned and looked at Feini coldly. Feini looked troubled and turned around. Nanqiu Yu had only left 3 natural moat tokens, which was not enough to share. "My lord," Yunxiao said with a smile, "you are really forgetful. Don't you remember that I have a saint artifact in my hand?" Qiu Mujie and Feini were both shocked, and their eyes immediately lit up. "Feini," Yunxiao said, "make some arrangements. How many people will the Long family send?" "All of them will enter my divine realm tablet and go together." "Great." Fei and I was overjoyed, clapping her hands and praising, "Husband, you've got away. These 3 natural moat tokens are giving me a headache. I still have to go to the Blade Sect, Myriad Stars Valley, and Red Moon City to discuss the alliance, Xianxia said. I won't be staying for long. With a disappointed look on her face, Fanny looked at Xianxia sadly and said, Can't you stay for a few more days? The alliance doesn't need a few more days. It's exactly because it's a big deal that we have to fight for it every day. We can't waste any of it, Chu Hongyan said with a smile. A sense of powerlessness welled up in Fanny's heart. The pressure that Chu Hongyan gave her was too great. She seemed to be losing her side step by step and was completely unable to resist. If that's the case, then be careful, my husband. Fanny will always be waiting for you on the heavenly ridge. She gave Xianxia a gentle smile, which gave him a sweet feeling. Xianxia also felt that the atmosphere was a little off, so he quickly said, I'll leave the heavenly ridge to you. Fei and I chuckled. The heavenly ridge is my home. That's only natural. Let me send my husband and sister off. With that, she walked down the stairs, took Yunxiao's arm, and walked out. Chu Hongyan was taken aback. Looking at her unscrupulous appearance, her face suddenly turned a little ugly. Yunxiao felt that his back was covered in sweat. He struggled a little, but he could not get rid of Fanny's hand. His entire arm was pressed against her soft body, and he felt very comfortable. Fu Feiyang, you've seen little sister Fanny and you're so infatuated that you can't even walk, and you still need someone to help you? I'll help you too. Without saying anything, Chu Hongyan also went up and wrapped her arm around Yunxiao's right hand. The three of them moved forward side by side. Yunxiao's face was full of black lines. He tried to break free, but found that both sides were wrapped tightly in iron and did not move at all. When he left the hall, he was immediately seen by many Long family disciples, who were all dumbfounded. There were even more gazes filled with anger and hatred. Fanny was the goddess in the hearts of many men, but now she was actually pestering the same man with another unparalleled beauty. This scene shattered all the glass on the sky ridge into pieces. Yunxiao also felt countless anger and killing intent, and those gazes burned his skin. Unfortunately, his divine sense was too strong, so even if he closed his eyes, he could still sense every move of everyone around him. That bitch? I'm going to kill him. Don't stop me, don't stop me. Impossible. I must have seen wrongly. Heavens, it can't be. Heavens, you're lying to me. My eyes have been pierced and I'm blind. How is this possible? It must be an illusion. This can't be real. All kinds of wails and roars came from all directions. Yunxiao was sweating profusely, as if he was being steamed under the scorching sun. Husband is sweating a lot. Let me help you wipe it off. Fanny took out a handkerchief and was about to wipe her face. Finally, Yunxiao could not help but shake his arms and push the two away. That's enough, what is this? The two of them snorted coldly and turned around without saying a word. Yunxiao's heart immediately softened as he said softly, Fanny, you can leave us here. Hongyan and I will go first. When the eternal world opens, we will meet again. I also want to be by my husband's side. Fanny's eyes were slightly red. Yunxiao sighed. The Long family's affairs are far more complicated than the divine firmament palaces. A slight change will affect the whole. As the head of the family, you have not established your prestige yet, so you can't leave. When the world is peaceful, I will definitely bring you with me. All right, it's a deal. Fanny immediately became happy and smiled through her tears. It's a deal, Yunxiao said with a smile. It's a deal. Very quickly, the two of them left through the teleportation formation in the sky ridge and headed towards the direction of the Blade Sect. The northern region Sky City was located at the foot of two mountain ranges. It was one of the main cities of the northern region, and it covered an area of 100 miles. In Heaven City, one could see two peaks towering into the clouds from afar. There was a thin and steep mountain, like a heavenly sword inserted into the earth. It was the Sword Peak. The other had a wide back and a thick rock. It was like a heavenly blade pointing at the sky. It was called Blade Ridge. The Sword Peak and the Blade Ridge were the founding grounds of the Blade Sect. They had a long history that could be traced back to tens of thousands of years ago. Heaven City's geographical location was built against the mountains. It spread out along the mountains and even extended halfway up the mountain. The entire city was like a skirt of sword and saber peaks, spread out below the waist. Every year, Heaven City offered a lot of tributes to the Blade Sect. However, under the protection of the Blade Sect, it became the most stable and peaceful city on the heavenly martial continent. There were few signs of chaos on the streets, and it was a prosperous and peaceful city. After arriving in Heaven City, Yunxiao and Chu Hongyan went straight to Sword Peak. The Blade Sect's name was not only because of its godly terrain, but also because half of the people in the sect practiced the blade and the other half practiced the sword. Now that the sect master, Chen Duantian, was an expert in the Sword Peak became the main peak of the Blade Sect, and the Sword Cultivation Sect also had a large advantage in numbers. Please stop. This is the mountain gate of the Blade Sect. You are not allowed to enter. At the entrance of the mountain, the disciples of the Blade Sect immediately stopped the two of them. If they were ordinary people, they would have been scolded and beaten away. However, Yunxiao and Chu Hongyan both had extraordinary temperaments, so the disciples did not dare to neglect them. Then, please tell them that I, Yunxiao, have come to visit your sect master, Yunxiao said. I'm here to visit you. What? Sect leader? The few disciples were shocked and became even more careful. One of them said, Do you have a visiting card? I came in a hurry, Yunxiao said. I didn't prepare a visiting card. The disciple shook his head. That's troublesome. After all, the Blade Sect is a world-famous sect. It's very difficult to pass through without an invitation. Suddenly, Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat. His body flickered, and Che Yu immediately appeared beside him, looking at the sword peak that towered into the clouds with a puzzled look. Ah! The few disciples were startled by the sudden appearance of a person. They took a few steps back in horror and drew their swords vigilantly. Che Yu's eyes were filled with suspicion. He stared at the mountain peak and said, in a trance intermittently, Is it true? What did you sense? Yunxiao asked. Is it the strange shape of this mountain? This mountain is indeed strange, Che Yu said. But there's nothing to look into. It's most likely that two divine weapons were left behind in this place, and they've evolved into this terrain over the years. This kind of evolution is already irreversible. I think so too, Yunxiao said with a smile. Back then, I even secretly studied it for a while, trying to make a divine weapon, but I failed in the end. Then what did Lord Che Yu sense that made you so confused? Chu Hongyan asked. Yunxiao. Che Yu looked at Yunxiao and said, The World Sword. Yunxiao was taken aback, and then he said in surprise, You mean Wu Deshang? Che Yu nodded and said, There are 4 world swords in total. There is one in the East Sea and I have 2. Wu Deshang took one from the secret treasure of the true dragon. The weak fluctuation I feel now should be Wu Deshang's formless true self. Then what are you waiting for? Yunxiao said in a deep voice, Let's go. I'd like to see what kind of divine being this person is. The 3 of them immediately turned into streaks of light and headed toward the sword peak. The speed was too fast. In the blink of an eye, the few disciples did not have any reaction. They thought that they had disappeared into thin air, and their faces turned pale with fear. The sword hall was located on the peak of the sword peak. It was majestic and gave off a sense of loftiness. Suddenly, a cold snort came out of the hall. The sound waves flew around in the sky and flew toward a certain space. Who are you? Since you've come, do you still want to not show yourself? That sentence was spat out word by word. At this moment, it exploded in the sky and turned into circles of hurricanes. Ha ha ha! The space was suddenly torn apart, and a fat figure jumped out. He pulled the blue sky with both hands, and a mirror of light immediately appeared in his palm, sweeping away all the power of the sound waves. The man walked down from the sky casually, each step creating ripples. After 7 steps, he arrived in front of the hall. He chuckled and stepped in. Suddenly, a beam of sword chi slashed through the air, and a huge sword force broke through the door mercilessly. Aya! The man's fat body twisted, and he nimbly turned a few times, avoiding the sword energy. He continued to walk into the hall with a smile. No more sword energy came out. There were several people sitting cross-legged in the hall. They formed a circle and each of them was making hand seals. At this moment, they all raised their eyes and looked at the person who had arrived. "Who are you?" One of the old men with a long beard shouted angrily. "How dare you trespass the Sword Peak? When did such a daring person appear in the world?" He put out the incantation seal, clapped his hands, and stood up from the circle, glaring. "I'm Wu Deshang. I have something to discuss with your sect master. May I know which one of you is Chen Duantian?" The fat man lazily stretched his waist and laughed a few times, as if he was still asleep. "Humph. Since you have something to discuss, don't you have any manners? I think you're here to stir up trouble on purpose." The old man sneered. Wu Deshang blinked his eyes, and his eyes gradually turned cold. He said with a fake smile, "Causing trouble? Just take it that I'm causing trouble. What can you do to me? Hit me if you have the guts. Hit me. Hit me." He twisted his waist, clapped his hands, and started dancing. "Die!" The elder roared in anger. The Sword Hall was the holiest place in the Blade sect. It was a place for cultivation and comprehension of the Sword Tao. No one had ever dared to be so presumptuous. A sword force was formed again, and Elder Wu Su flew in front of Wu Deshang in an instant. The sword force followed him like a shadow and slashed down at the sky with his sword finger. "Hehe, you're using a child's play to show off?" With a sneer, Wu Deshang clapped his hands and struck out. The power of his palms landed on the sword and shattered it. "What?" The old man was shocked and immediately felt the pressure from Wu Deshang. He immediately used his body technique to retreat. "It's not that easy to leave now." With a sneer, Wu Deshang clenched his fingers and caught the elder like a green dragon sucking water. The elder couldn't escape no matter how hard he struggled in the air. Everyone was shocked. They all came out of the circle and glared at him. They made hand seals and were about to attack. One of them had a proud expression. His blue embroidered clothes were spotless, and he had the air of a grandmaster. His slender fingers were like swords, and he placed them behind his back. He looked at Wu Deshang coldly and said, "Put him down and I'll talk to you." Wu Deshang squinted his eyes and looked at him for a while, then laughed and said, "Chen Duantian? Hee. Then I'll spare his dog life for your sake." Bang! The old man was instantly bounced away like a marble, and he was directly shaken to the wall. He fell and vomited a large mouthful of blood before fainting. The rest of the elders were all furious and were about to rush up to attack. "Back off." Chen Duantian extended his hand and stopped them. "All of you back off." Although the group of elders were unwilling, they did not dare to disobey. They could only wave their sleeves angrily and look on coldly. "Hee." Wu Deshang laughed. "That's a smart move. We can minimize the casualties." "You're Wu Deshang, right?" Chen Duantian asked. "When did such a person appear in the realm of heavenly martial arts?" "I've never even heard of him." Wu Deshang laughed. "Haha. The world is changing every day. It's changing every second. If you're not careful, you'll be buried in the dust." Chen Duantian smiled and cupped his fists. "I've learned. Since you've come, what do you want to talk to me about?" Wu Deshang's eyes glinted as he said, "Is there something under the blade and sword peaks?" Chen Duantian's expression changed drastically, and his gentle and elegant demeanor disappeared instantly. He shouted, "Who are you?" The rest of the elders were all stunned. They looked at each other in confusion. However, everyone understood that there was something under the blade ridge and sword peak, and he must have been right. That was why the sect leader had lost his composure. "Haha. That's right." Wu Deshang clapped his hands and said with a smile, "It's been a long time. I'm here to discuss with sect leader Duantian and ask him to give me the thing below." Chen Duantian stared at him for a while and laughed as well. "Haha. Fanatic." Putting aside the fact that it was impossible to take it out, why else would it still be below? Even if he really did take it out, giving it to you? Who do you think you are? He put two of his fingers together and pointed them at Wu Deshang. Suddenly, a powerful killing intent condensed at the tip of his fingers, but it was not released. The entire sword hall started to shake as a vast amount of spiritual energy was being sucked into the tip of the finger. Chun Duantian's body was filled with killing intent. His eyes were ice cold, and the corners of his mouth carried a hint of a sneer. Yo, 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 it's time for a fight. Wu Deshang tilted his head and laughed. If you strike, I can guarantee that Sword Palace will cease to exist. Do you believe me? Chun Duantian was unmoved. He raised his feet and walked forward. His middle finger sword still pointed at Wu Deshang. I believe that you are the first to cease to exist. Hee hee. It seems like you won't consider my suggestion if we don't fight. Wu Deshang laughed. His figure became blurry and elongated in an instant. Then he flew out of the hall. Chun Duantian took a step forward and followed him out of the Sword Palace like a shadow. On the peak, the sun shone on the green forest, the grass was embroidered, and the flowers were fragrant. It was a vast world. Chun Duantian no longer had any concerns. A small sword slowly formed on his fingertip and he pointed it out. Boom! Countless forces gathered into a single point, and the entire void was instantly punctured. The power of that single point was like the convergence of a blazing sun, piercing through everything. Although Wu Deshang was still smiling, he didn't dare to underestimate the attack. He changed several body movements in a row, then put his hands together and pointed with his 2 index fingers. There seemed to be something on his index finger that was light gold in color. It turned out to be a sword that cut through the air. Boom! The sword broke through the finger force, but it was still sent flying back. Wu Deshang caught it in his hand. The sword let out a violent trembling sound, and countless runes spread out on the sword, filling the sky. Chun Duantian frowned. Not only did the sword become one with Wu Deshang, but it also became one with the surrounding heaven and earth. It was a very natural combination. What kind of sword is that? He asked in shock. Wu Deshang stroked the blade with his left hand and praised. The true dragon's sword was shattered in a battle, and the 4 swords were scattered on the ground. Chun Duantian was also an expert in the way of the sword, so he had naturally heard of this matter. He said in surprise, "The world sword." Wu Deshang flicked the blade of the sword and let out a long, soothing sound. He looked like he was enjoying the sound and said, "A quarter of the world sword." Later generations called it True Self Formless. True Self Formless Kasaya, Chun Duantian murmured as he placed his hands behind his back. He stood in the air quietly as if he was reminiscing the sound of the sword. Jianin has finished listening. It's time for you to make your stand. Wu Deshang said. It's been a long time since I've heard such an ethereal sword melody. Very good. In return, I'll let you watch a sword dance, Chun Duantian said leisurely. His figure moved, and instantly, the clanging of countless swords resounded, and the entire sword peak was illuminated. Wu Deshang's expression changed slightly. He retreated with his sword, only to find that his surroundings had been enveloped by the sword world. Countless swords of all kinds had appeared in the air, dancing continuously. Sword dance, wind emblem. Chun Duantian's cold voice could be heard. There was a hint of excitement and anticipation in his voice. He was nowhere to be seen, and only countless swords were dancing in the air, like the fallen leaves of autumn, sweeping up the sky with the wind. Wu Deshang swept his sword in a circle, and suddenly, 2 figures appeared, then 3, then 4, a total of 9 figures, each holding a sword in one hand and performing a sword art. Sword 9 fought with thousands of wind emblems. Numerous sword shadows scattered down, giving off a series of clanging sounds. Only the sword dance and Wu Deshang's 9 clones could be seen in the entire void. They seemed to have merged into one, shooting out countless sword chi and sword light that filled the world. All the elders on the sword peak were dumbfounded and shocked. The 2 sword intents clashed together, forming thousands of intents. It was extremely profound. Thousands of them were like red mist, floating like colorful clouds. Not only did the sword contain boundless nature, but it also contained the roars of dragons, tigers, cranes, and apes. In the entire world, there was only this sword dance wind emblem move that could move a killing weapon like a sword so easily. The entire sword dance lasted for the time it took to brew a cup of tea before it gradually weakened and turned into the figure of Chuchun Duantian 1,000 feet away. Wu Deshang's forehead was covered in sweat, and his face was a little pale. His 9 doppelgangers merged into one, standing with a sword in hand, and his eyes were cold. The elders were even more shocked and gasped, as if they couldn't believe that Wu Deshang had survived that move without any injury. Chun Duantian himself was a little surprised. His face turned serious as he raised his hand and made a grabbing motion. Light blue specks of light appeared around his palm, floating in the wind. Then all the light spots turned into sword shadows and gathered in his palm. They turned into a light blue long sword that was emitting a piercing light. Wu Deshang didn't say a word. His expression changed several times as if he was hesitating. Is there really no room for discussion? I'm willing to use a treasure that's no weaker than that to exchange for it. Since you know what it is, you should know that there is nothing of equal value in this world. Chun Duantian sneered. The value depends on the individual, Wu Deshang said. If you think it's valuable, then it's priceless. If you think it's worthless, then it's worthless. Then I'm sorry, Chun Duantian said. This item is priceless to the Blade Sect. Can't be exchanged for 10,000 gold. The two of them were in a stalemate when 3 rays of light broke through the air and attracted everyone's attention. They turned into 2 men and a woman. Chun Duantian was secretly shocked. The faint energy fluctuations from these 3 people's bodies were not inferior to his. The 3 of them were unfamiliar to him. Since when did the heavenly martial arts realm have so many masters? Was it really as Wu Deshang had said, that the world was changing with each passing day, and he could no longer keep up with the times? His eyes fell on Chu Hongyan. Although her face was covered by a veil, it could not hide her peerless beauty. Chun Duantian suddenly recalled something and exclaimed, Divine Cloud Palace's palace master? Long time no see, Chu Hongyan said with a smile. How have you been, Lord Duantian? It's you, Chun Duantian exclaimed in surprise. It's you. He glanced at Yun Xiao and Che Yu and said, These 2 are Ing Luo. Wu Deshang grinned and said, Li Yun Xiao, we are really fated. Chun Duantian's heart jolted, and he gave Yun Xiao a few more looks. Now that Yun Xiao was famous all over the world and all kinds of rumors were spreading, he naturally knew who he was. Now that he was with Chu Hongyan, he was most likely the reincarnation of Gu Feiyang. He could not help but exclaim, Martial Sovereign Vanquisher? It's been more than 20 years since we last met, Yun Xiao said with a smile. You still look as elegant as ever, my lord. It's indeed Lord Vanquisher. Chun Duantian cupped his fists and said, It's really amazing that he can reappear in the world. The details are very complicated, Yun Xiao said. It's hard to explain. Wu Deshang saw that Yun Xiao was completely ignoring him, so he said angrily, Li Yun Xiao, I'm talking to you. Yun Xiao nodded and said, What did you say? Wu Deshang's face turned green as he said coldly, This lord said that you and I are really fated. Oh, Yun Xiao said again, and then he kept quiet. Wu Deshang was finally alive. He shouted angrily, You dare to underestimate me? No, Yun Xiao said lazily. It's just that fate is not a good thing. I don't want to have any fate with you. By the way, is the true dragon's tooth from the Dragon's Tooth Villa in your hands? True dragon's tooth. Chun Duantian was taken aback. He looked at Wu Deshang in shock. You have the true dragon's tooth. Wu Deshang chuckled and said smugly, So what if I am? So what if I am not? If that's the case, Yun Xiao said, leave behind the true dragon's tooth and the treasures you got from the true dragon's secret treasure, and you can go. What if he isn't? Wu Deshang asked. If not, Yun Xiao said, then I'll have to take you down and search your soul. Wu Deshang frowned and said, How are you so sure that I have the secret treasure of the true dragon? Didn't you guys rob the secret treasure? Rob? Che Yu asked coldly. Humph, if I haven't seen the sword in your hand, it should be the true me formless, right? Wu Deshang blinked his eyes and looked at Che Yu. You're the strongest descendant of the dragon I've ever seen in the world. Not only that, but I can also sense the aura of the other 2 fragments. Did you come here to give me gifts? Haha. Can you afford to give you a gift? Yu laughed wildly, and his eyes turned cold. He left Yunxiao's side and teleported to Wu Deshang's side, surrounding him and saying, "This time, I'll have to skin this person and extract his bones to study him in detail. I should really bring Mujia along. He'll definitely like doing this." Wu Deshang looked at them and said, "It seems that it is impossible to obtain that item today, but since this king already knows, it will be in my pocket sooner or later. Well, I'll take my leave today, haha." His figure flickered and he was about to disappear. Farewell? The realm of heavenly martial arts really has no lack of humors. They can tell all kinds of jokes so smoothly. Yu sneered and a beam of sword chi swept across the sky, crushing Wu Deshang into a point. However, the shadow was not affected at all. Instead, it revealed a strange expression and was about to disappear. What? Yu, Yunxiao, Chu Hongyan, Qin Duantian, and the others were all shocked. The sword chi was so strong that it even contained the power of the dragon realm. But it could not stop this man from breaking through the sky. Yunxiao's pupils instantly turned blood red, and everything he saw was covered in a blood-red light. Divine skill, heavenly deficiency. Wu Deshang's fading figure suddenly stopped in the air as he was locked by the power of the eyes. A flash of anger and killing intent appeared in his eyes. Moon pupil? Hey, he's really a resurgence. Wu Deshang raised his hand and made a hand seal in the air. Runes appeared on his body and circled around him. Then, a universe light plate appeared in front of him and dispersed all the shackles. In a flash, he disappeared into the void, and it was difficult to find his figure again. What? The 4 of them were shocked again, especially Yunxiao and Yu. They knew that the power of the divine skill, heavenly deficiency, could not restrain Wu Deshang, and they could not help but look at each other in dismay. Cosmic disc? Chu Hongyan was confused. Yunxiao's face was solemn as he said, "That's the cosmic disc and the world sword. It seems that he has indeed obtained the secret treasure of the true dragon. Not only that, but he can also completely refine these 2 items and use them as he pleases. He is really not simple." Chu Hongyan said, "I didn't expect it this time. I didn't know he had a divine object like the universe light plate. I'll pay more attention next time. I won't let him escape." "I hope so." Yunxiao knew that it would not be so simple. Wu Deshang must have many secrets. But, since he had chosen to escape, he must have known that he was no match for Yunxiao. "Lord Duantian, may I know why Wu Deshang has come to Sword Peak?" he asked. Chan Duantian frowned and thought for a while. "This matter is related to our sect's secret, so I'm sorry I can't tell you." "What Wu Deshang knows?" Yunxiao asked. "Can it still be considered a secret? Since it's inconvenient for you, we can't force you. We've come to the Blade sect for another matter, and we hope we can discuss it in detail." Chan Duantian immediately made an inviting gesture and said, "Lord Pajun and Palace Master Hong Yan's visit to the Sword Peak has brought light to our humble sect. Please come in." It was only then that the many elders of the Blade sect recovered from their shock. One by one, they went forward to pay their respects and invited the 3 of them into the hall. An alliance? When Yunxiao explained his purpose for coming, Chan Duantian and many elders were stunned, and then fell into deep thought. Yunxiao said, "I'm sure you all know what happened in 5 Cloud Mountain. The holy region has suffered a great loss, and the demon race has risen. Demon Wilderness and MO are both experts who have broken through to the Void Divine Realm. No one in the world can defeat them. It's hard for the 2 sacred lands to lead us anymore, so we have to find our own way out. It's a serious matter, and I'm afraid I can't agree to your request in a short time," Chin Duantian said. "If we rashly form an alliance, the Sacred Zone will probably send someone to question us. Although the Sacred Zone is known to be the leader of the world, it has no right to interfere with the sect," Yunxiao said. "What does our alliance have to do with the Sacred Zone?" "That may be the case, but if we really form an alliance, I'm afraid we'll have to completely break off from the Sanctuary and even the Soul Formation Sea. Have you thought about the serious consequences, Sir Pajun?" Chun Duantian said. Of course I have, Yunxiao said. The internal affairs of the Holy Region and the Sea of Soul Formation are far more complicated than you know, my lord. I'll be frank with you. This alliance is also aimed at the Holy Region and the Sea of Soul Formation, and it is to form a force strong enough to compete with them. The elders of the Blade sect started to discuss one after another with grave expressions. One of the elders asked, "Forgive me for asking, but if we're forming an alliance, who's the alliance leader? There has to be someone in charge of all matters." "There is no alliance leader for the time being," Yunxiao said. "I'll lead the alliance first. If it's successful, we'll elect a leader together, just like the Merchant Union." "What's the reasoning?" the elder asked. "I don't know yet," Yunxiao said. "We can think of a solution together. In my opinion, if sect leader can be the alliance leader, this alliance can be formed. If not, there's no need to form an alliance," the elder said leisurely. The rest of the elders all agreed. Chu Hongyan said unhappily, "Humph, Duantian Dingchen is the leader of the alliance. What position does he have in my palace? Where did he put Feiyang? And how can he convince the other members? That's also a difficult part," the elder said. However, Lord Feiyang and Palace Master Hongyan had been working hard for this, so they should think of a way to do it. Moreover, with the sect leader's prestige and strength, how could he not be the alliance master? Chu Hongyan sneered. "Since you're so capable, let everyone think of a way to recommend you. Why are you worried that you won't be able to take the position?" "We just want to be certain," the elder snorted coldly. "I'm sorry. I'm sure I can't give it to you. I don't have the right to." "The purpose of the alliance is to keep each other warm and help the world," Yunxiao said. "If you are obsessed with power, then there's no need to form an alliance. Sorry for disturbing you, but I'll take my leave now." Yunxiao cupped his hands, then turned and left. Chu Hongyan and Che Yu followed behind him, obviously not on good terms. "Please stop," Chen Duantian said hurriedly. "I was just spouting nonsense just now. Don't take it to heart. I'll definitely consider this alliance seriously."